So this is a 100% run of Super Mario 3D Land. This is the opening cutscene. Unfortunately, there's a 43-second unskippable cutscene at the beginning of every run. But it does kind of give some backstory on the main power-up of the game, which is the Tanuki Leaf. And we see that, as usual, Bowser has captured the princess, and it's Mario's job to get her back. Best first level, but it's okay. Pretty bad first level, actually. Go ahead and get the backup Tanuki here. He will be dying and getting hit quite a bit in the 5.5 hours. The second level I also play a little safe. Less than ideal. So in 100% you have to do everything in the game. So no warps. Also means you have to get every gold flagpole, and this is the only category in which you really ever get the top of the flagpole. In the other categories, it's always fastest to get as low on the flagpole as you can. And then you also have to beat every level twice. You have to beat each level with Mario and with Luigi. You have to get every star medal and every gold flagpole, as I said. And that will open up the last level, which is the crown level. And this is the only category where you do that level. The goal of these boxes is to get Mario's body half in, half out, while he's upside down at the top of the screen. But I didn't quite pull it off there. It's a 10-second countdown. There's nothing you can do to speed it up or anything, so that's what I try to do. To have Mario be upside down when the screen cuts out. Trouble getting into the binoculars there. Yeah, the way the levels are played in this category is a little different than how you'll see them in any percent, because again, you do have to do everything, get every star medal. Ideally, I would like to get the flagpole the first time, every time through, rather than having to do it as Luigi, even though sometimes it would technically be faster to do it the second time through the levels, but I like to try to keep the route simpler, get everything done the first time that I can. It's a lot to keep track of too. I generally have a little sheet where I have all the things that I might miss. I have a list of every level that has a Tanuki in it, and I have a little table set up where I cross it off when I go through as Mario and when I go through as Luigi, because that's something that you definitely want to keep track of, because you'll be needing a lot of backup Tanukis, so you always want to know every level where they are. And here you can see already why the Tanuki Leaf is so good, because you'll be able to skip going left and then back right and fighting Bowser just by a simple jump and flutter. So that was a pretty good World 1. Definitely will save some time on my personal best. Not the best World 1 that I've done though. Generally want to avoid those stopwatches, especially in the regular version of all the worlds. When we get to the special worlds, which again you don't see in any percent or warpless, you may need to get some time clocks just to be able to beat the level, but generally it wastes time to have extra time countdown at the end. And going through the first of the normal worlds, there's always a cutscene at the end and then a little picture that kind of gives you more details about the story. And that's something I've seen as a criticism of this game, which doesn't really make sense to me, that they don't even have cutscenes between the worlds. They had to go cheap and get the pictures, but I don't know, I like the pictures quite a bit. This game has some charm to it. I like that. I like the pictures. Cutscenes would just be unnecessary. It's not like cutscenes are what make a good Mario game or anything. This will be even slower because I'm pretty terrible at these narrow, successive wall jumps. Well, that wasn't. Yeah, that's pretty bad. Good for me. But at least I haven't forgotten to go for the flagpoles yet, so that's something. Another criticism I've heard of this game is that there's not really a distinct overworld. Like, there's no map or anything like in Super Mario Bros. 3 or Super Mario World or the new Super Mario Bros. But again, that's something I actually like about this game, because I never really felt like the overworld map really added anything. It does give you a little bit of choice in terms of, you know, you're able to skip some levels and come back to levels, but this game actually has that too, and without the overworld, that just kind of wastes time. Like, especially Super Mario World, at least for me, is the overworld traversal is slow and tedious, and I don't really feel like the overworld adds much, whereas this retains the functionality of, you know, going back to levels and skipping levels, but you don't have to waste time traversing. Like, you can go from anywhere to anywhere in, you know, about 10 seconds in this game. And then it also has the little cool 3D models of each level, which I kind of like. So it's kind of simplistic and, you know, it doesn't mess anything up, but it's still kind of polished. Like, the rotating 3D models are really cool, I think. And like I said, the maps a lot of time, like Super Mario 3D World, for instance, I don't really like the overworld map. I prefer this one, definitely. Or the new Super Mario Bros. Games, the maps on there are, in my opinion, way too much. They try to cram a bunch of stuff in there, and I don't think it looks good at all. So in this game, you can see a little. Ooh, thought I was gonna hit that guy for a second. A little streak next to Mario, because when you're moving sideways in the air, you get a little speed boost, and there's some cool kind of hyper speed tricks that you can do, although I won't be going for many of those in this run. My overall strategy is just to play it safe and try to die less than 20 times. It's kind of a tall order in 5.5 hours of playing. I mean, you are gonna die, you are gonna mess up quite a bit, but my strategy is to play it moderately safe, moderately fast, and just try to avoid lots of mistakes. Do that ideally. And these platforms, of course, switch every time you jump, so once you get off your route, you kind of have to make some adjustments. Something that I die on way more than I should, but no, got it. And in this game, as you'll see in the first airship, when it's an auto-scroller, a lot of times you can actually go ahead of the camera, and there's some pretty crazy strats that you can do, although I won't really be going for the craziest ones. But you'll see here that you kind of have to jump off the screen, and that speeds up the auto-scroller a bit. Again, I take it pretty slow, so I'll be waiting here until I can find the visual cue of where Mario's gonna land. Let's see how frequently this coin. There we go. Fastest, except for hitting that block there. That's how to get you. These are the boom booms, similar to Super Mario Bros. 3, which also had the wooden airships. I think that was a pretty good World 2, for me at least. Yeah, so about the same as the last run, so that's good. So then we get another little picture that tells us a little more of the story, what's going on with Bowser and Peach. Hopefully I can get this cannon shot correct. I tend to mess it up a fair amount. So basically you want to hit the corner. Okay, that's good. And bounce off. If you miss that cycle, it's a big pain. Got it all right that time. So that level was pretty good. It's pretty much just the first cannon shot that I mess up sometimes, but if you can get that, then there's not that much that can go wrong with the rest of the level. This is another level that's kind of, there's not that much variance, at least in the way that I play it. It's a water level, and it's actually, I don't really mind the water levels in this game. A lot of Mario games have bad water levels, but these aren't so bad, I don't think. That Toad House with the little pictures, that's where it keeps track of the pictures that you've unlocked throughout the story. Guess we don't have to go in there, so we won't be. Yeah, that's the whole trip there. Yeah, this, we generally call it a twirl jump, is the fastest way to move if you're kind of going across a straight line. So, unless you have to long jump or something to clear a gap, you want to be twirl jumping pretty much as much as you can. It's a little bit faster of a way to do this, but I think this only loses about 2 seconds, and if you miss that, oh my goodness, that's unfortunate. I was going to say that's the much safer way to do that. because if you miss the star medal, you can't get back up. And I guess it's not really that big a deal in this category because you have to come back and do it as Luigi anyway, so you could get the star medal there. But I've never actually made that particular mistake. I also like to keep track of how many times I've died in 100% runs. That one was, I mean, it could have been a lot worse because I had the checkpoint right there, so I do not have a backup Tanuki, but that doesn't matter at all because you can get one for almost no time in this level. So I just lost the time basically of going back to the checkpoint, which is not so bad. And if you look at my previous splits, although they are kind of hard to read, I did die 21 times last time, so although usually I don't die in World 3, but actually in World 4 there's about a full minute that I can make up, so I'm not going to be resetting so soon. Actually a Tanuki in that box as well, so you could even get 2 leaves in this game. I forgot to do the little thing there. Oh well. Here there's a much cooler strat you can do where you kind of take a leap of faith off this thing and try to hit both the teleport box and the leaf, but I've tried it quite a bit and been extremely inconsistent at it, so just take it a little slow. Get this. Yeah, that can be a little weird. Also, there's a little bit of a gravity well around the top of the flagpoles. You get kind of last second pulled towards it, which I guess makes it a little easier to get the top of the flagpole. So I'm going to be skipping this level for now, although ideally you would do it because it does waste a little bit of time to come back to it, but not that much time. And I like to skip the levels that have Tanukis in them, the ones that you can skip, just as a safety measure, so if I get hit, I'll be able to come back and get them. So here we'll see if I can make the earlier cycle, because those spike bars are on a timer and you can get to the next one faster. I think I'm on pace to do that. We'll try to hit this checkpoint though, just to be safe. Okay, I should be able to make this. Yeah. Alright, so we're going to lose a little bit of time to that silly death in 3-3, but it shouldn't be too bad. And as long as I play World 4 well, we'll be back on track. Yeah, that death in 3-3 was pretty silly. But, alright, can't expect to not have some silly deaths in the category. It's this crazy long. So now we'll see the damage. Looks like we're going to be behind at least 20 seconds. Okay, well no, not 20 seconds. Well, we lost 20 seconds, but we're behind 20 seconds. you're doing this, you can, oh, that was a little slow still, but it's alright. Bouncy platform there. Here I'm going to be taking the cannon instead of doing it the slightly faster way, because I missed it on my PB run, so I could still make up a little bit of time by doing it the slow way. So that's what I'll do. Yes. I'm not going to make that up there. No. Okay. And again. Okay, so that was probably about the same time as my PB, because I tried to skip the cannon and missed it and had to go back. So, and then in this next level, not the box, but the next level, I ended up losing my Tanuki, and I didn't have a backup at that point. So I think I had gotten hit by the Boom Boom in the previous airship. So when I lost my Tanuki in 4-2, I just immediately backed out of the level. Just not as bad as dying, especially since I got hit by the first basically the first thing that you can get hit by, I got hit by. So I lost about probably 12 to 15 seconds in this level. So hopefully we can avoid that. I also want to avoid taking the warp in this, which I have done in the previous 100% run, and I've also done in a special ending run where you also don't want to warp, so I remember to not take the secret exit in this level. Not sure why I'm not jumping there. Still a little slow on the steps, in part because you don't go up the steps at all in the other categories, so it's a little different to have to get the top of the flagpole when you're not used to it. So this is another level that I'll be skipping, even though it's suboptimal, because there is a Tanuki there, and I want to play it safe and have that level to come back to if I lose both of my leaves. So this is another level where in my PB I had to exit out of the level because I got hit. Still don't think I should have gotten hit there, but it's okay. So we should still be able to save some time. Can't forget this guy over here. Okay. And there's the pipe as well. Excellent. Where I got hit last time, I went directly into that guy and did just that, hit him with my tail, but for some reason it didn't register. Ooh, that was a little shaky. Those platforms are kind of finicky, and you have to be in the exact right spot and the exact right height for them to spawn in. So sometimes even if you would have hit the platform, you go right through it, seems like. Just trying to hit the B there, but I missed him. I think it really would have been faster, but slightly cooler maybe. Here I'm going to try to do, I everything, which I frequently mess up, but let's see if I can do it to get both the medal and get in the box where you don't have to wait for this platform. I think that's, So you could take a death there because you just hit the checkpoint and go back and try to do it. But since you have to do this level as Luigi anyway, I'm not going to do it. And this is, that was pretty bad because I was trying to hit that block right there without having to wait for these blocks, so, or these platforms rather. So that was pretty ugly. But it's okay, we'll be picking that medal up when we get to Luigi. So I'll be marking there 4-5. I have to keep track of any star medals or flagpoles that I miss, because if I had to do the level yet again, that would waste a significant amount of time. Maybe I should have taken a death there because even though you're losing a Tanuki, there's a free leaf in this auto scroller, so you wouldn't even lose any time in terms of getting your power up back. So, but I should still be ahead of my previous run here. And this second coin box here is where the free leaf is. Forward a little bit. You could be a lot more risky there than I am, but I'll be playing it safe most of the time. Here I'm not actually sure if it is better to flutter over that clock, because you save a little time with the countdown at the end, but then you're going a little slower to avoid the clock, so I'm not actually sure. I mean, it's a marginal amount of time in any case. Okay, so we gained some time there. Like I said, if you play well, there's an easy minute to save in that world compared to my previous time. Vertical auto scroller coming up with this. No known way to skip, and also you're going to be picking up a star medal in any case, so don't have much choice but to take the slow elevator. take a little bit of time, make sure I'm going to hit the top of the flagpole because you have to use the cannon to do it. So if you missed it the first time, it'd be kind of nerve-wracking the second time, because if you miss it then you'd have to do the entire really long level over again. So it's kind of a stressful flagpole. I mean, if you miss high, then you can just go back to the cannon, but if you miss low and hit the pole, I mean. And here we'll be getting probably the only fire flower that we'll be getting in the game, which you need to unlock a star medal. Of course, we have to get all the star medals in this category, so you get to hear the Zelda sound. A second here, because I bonked. It's obviously the Zelda themed level where you get to light all the torches to open the door. Wish it just went right through that bar, because it doesn't matter if you get hit apart from the lag, but the lag would have been less than the time I waited for the bar, I think, so should have just forced my way through. Probably be the last fireball, unless something goes wrong. And this is a level that I'm not going to skip because it doesn't have a Tanuki, so there would really be no benefit to leaving it for later. I know I just went right past it, but I'm going to come back to it. The reason for doing this is it's slightly slower, of course, to have to go past and then back. But I want to unlock the next level, which has a leaf in it, just in case I mess up on 5-3 and lose my power up. It won't be that big of a deal because I can just get another one in the next level. Really, it doesn't make all that difference because this level is actually not so much faster with the Tanuki anyway, so especially compared to how fast the Tanuki is in most levels, it doesn't make as much of a difference here, but still, playing it safe. Bounce off of the, no, didn't get it. I think I'm actually going to go ahead and do 5-5 so that I can have a backup Tanuki for 5-3. 5-3 isn't really a difficult level, but I have died there before on 100% run. In fact, I died multiple times on 5-3, so I'll accept the slightly slower to make sure that I have 2 Tanukis on that level, just because apparently I am able to mess it up. So you have to kill both of these guys, and whichever is the second one that you kill is the one that will give you the leaf. And hopefully I can get this without slowing down. I think I got it. No, I didn't. It's not that big of a deal. Do you want to hit the top of the flagpole? No, I want to look past it. So now I'll be going back to 5-3. This level I actually like. I think it's a cool level. Although I didn't die on it before. That is another very silly mistake, but it's okay. There's a leaf, but I don't really want the leaf. Not leaf. Fireflower. That second guy seems to be lined up perfectly to hit you. That's why I went and got the star this time. Here, hopefully I won't get hit by this bar. Okay, we didn't. That's where I messed up the last time, and then I tried to do this without a tanuki, and can't really, I don't know if you can take that shortcut that I just took without it, but I know that I tried and failed the last time. And then I tried to do it again without a tanuki, not that exact skip, but tried to do the rest of the level again without the tanuki, and died. So I ended up losing like a full minute and reset there in one of my previous 100% runs. So this is a castle layout design that you actually see 3 times in this game when you're doing either special ending or 100%. Because that's okay. Because there are 2 special levels that are remixes of this. Has the exact same layout of the level, but there are different enemies and different conditions in the special worlds, as we'll see, hopefully. That was a strange jump. Wow, twice in a row, huh? Looks like we might be losing our lead here. And you would think with the 3 times that you see this that I would have this level down, but I guess not. So we made it past that part. I don't know if I made this. I didn't. Oh, that's good. We'll be making a bit of a chicken here. You can just make this jump with a long jump, but I have failed to make it a number of times, so in line with playing it safe on 100%, I'll take a couple seconds there to make sure that I make it. I'm playing this safe though, because as long as you do it correctly, it should never be a problem. At least we've gotten all the flagpoles so far. That's one thing to take away. Okay, so still 12 seconds ahead. Most of the time loss in my previous run is in later worlds. When I die 21 times, I believe. This is my favorite picture of the pictures that you get between worlds. I like this one. Not totally sure why I like it, but I do. I guess maybe because it's Peach fighting back. Or maybe it's because she has one eye closed. I don't know why that would make a difference, but somehow that adds to it. You want to avoid just, well, you don't necessarily need to avoid it, but if you do twirl jump through all those guys, it kind of creates some lag, but probably would have been as fast or faster than what I just did, so. And then here, if you didn't have your Tanuki, you could go through that red ring to get the red coins to get one, but if you already do have your power up, then you just get a 1-up, which is not something you need. You're gonna end up with probably 150 lives or so, because you get a 1-up every gold flagpole. And just in general, you get a lot of lives in this game, so lives are not an issue in 100%. This is a level that I don't really like. I'm not sure why. I don't tend to do very well on it, but there is a backup leaf here, so we'll be picking that up. Hopefully this guy doesn't, sometimes you get hit there and I'm not sure why. Doesn't really save any time, but those two guys over there. I'm not sure what those fox dragon things are called, but one of them has a Tanuki. I don't actually know which one. I don't know how to know. I mean, I guess if you always got to the level at the same point, then then it would always be the same one. But if you're not getting there at the same point every time, I don't know how you know which one is the one that you're looking for. This is another level that I'm not a huge fan of. Maybe it's the indoor levels that I tend not to like so much. I don't know. That was extremely slow. Pretty bad. Okay, straight there. And that might mean that this coin is going to be out of position, but no, it's not so bad. And you can directly float her in like I did the previous one, but I seem to never make that one. Not sure why. It's a long jump there. I didn't get the higher bounce off the rope thing. But there is a backup leaf and 6 airships, so. And then there's also one in 6-4, which I guess I will get. It's a little slower than the one in the auto scroller, but I guess I'll play it safe. Oh wait, I think I'll actually be getting one here. If I remember right, when you have the light blue Mii shirt, you get a Tanuki here. So, never mind. I think I mean, there's a lot of variables with the Miis and what items you get in the box. I have done all the main colors. I think there's, what, 10 colors? I've tested out going through either as special ending or 100%, what you get in each box. And the amount of star medals is not really that important, except for if you don't want to have to go back. If you miss some as Luigi, that may make a difference. But in special ending, it definitely makes a difference. There's a definite advantage in special ending. But here I like to do the light blue because it gives you a leaf on World 6 and I believe Special 1. Oh, I did this wrong. What was I doing? Not sure why I got mixed up there. And then that messed up this cycle as well. So that was slow, but can I hit this? No. I missed the flagpole. That's unfortunate. 6-4. But yeah, with the light blue Mii, you get a leaf here in Special 1. So it's good to know where they're gonna be. I mean, some Mii colors don't give any leaves at all. Black, I'm pretty sure, I'd have to look at my notes, but black doesn't give any, although it does give an extra star medal in 100% in special ending. And that actually makes a difference in special ending because you can exploit that fact to skip the 2 medals in special 4-1 by getting another P-Wing. So you can get a 3rd P-Wing in special ending, which it only saves about 30 seconds if my timings of it have been accurate, but it also gives you another chance to get a backup, or not a backup, but if you have no Tanuki, then you can do the P-Wing and you'll net a Tanuki as well as being able to skip special 4-1. However, it also means that you can't, there are no star medals that you can miss. If you miss any, then you're not going to be able to skip 4-1, so it makes it so that as long as you don't miss any star medals, it saves time by having the black Mii in special ending. And that's something that I did in my run, but I hadn't seen other people do. I mean, there aren't that many special ending runs anyway, but I don't think anybody else had found the way to get the 3rd P-Wing, so if you want to do special ending, that's, well, I don't know if it's what you should do because, like I said, it makes it so that you can't miss any star medals. And if you do miss a star medal, it might not be worth it to, you know, take a death or do the level over again. So maybe that's not what you really want to do because it you can't make any mistakes if you want to take advantage of it. So it might be safer to do like a blue shirt because then you can get the extra Tanuki. That would be or 2 extra leaves actually. So that would be the safer thing to do. But the black shirt is better if you can do it. So yeah, 4.5 seconds, which is not much in a 5.5 hour run. But yeah, 6.5 is another one that has a Tanuki, so I won't be doing that right now, even though it will cost some map traversal time. Or alternatively, if you went back and did the Luigi levels before trying to complete the special worlds, then it wouldn't take any extra traversal time, but you would have to switch back and forth from Luigi to Mario and back. So it still would waste time to skip that level, but like I said, I'm going to be taking the safe vanilla route. The one difference, though, is that I won't be getting all the medals here. This will actually be the only one that I won't be getting, or the only split star medal. In other words, purposely leaving a medal for Luigi to get later. Presumably, it would be faster to do a split medal route, but it's a lot more to keep track of, and it's not necessary to beat the current record, because there haven't been that many runs of this anyway. So, and also I was only 2 minutes off my previous PB, which was the first kind of official in one sitting recorded 100% run that I did. So I'm going to be sticking with mostly the same strategy, because I just need to basically do the same thing, but die 5 times less or something like that to get the time that I want right now, at least. And it's not, I don't know, it's not totally clear how much time that would save, and it would make a lot more, it would make it a lot more execution heavy, which if you're extremely good or you're playing optimally is something that you could do, but for various reasons I'm not going to be trying to do that right now. In the future, if I do, I plan to play this more, even if I do get the record right now eventually, although it's such a long category that doing full runs, you don't do that many full runs of it, but there's a lot more that you could do with this, and I probably will someday, but for now I'd just like to beat the 537. I will be making one change though. In my previous one, I had done all the special worlds the first time, where you go through and you get all the medals. I had done that as Mario, but this time I'm going to be doing it as Luigi. There are certainly some that he is better at, or at least it's less that you could screw up if you do it as Luigi, especially Special 5-C, which is one of those copies of the 5th castle that I was talking about, but there's one there that you can barely reach as Mario, and I fail to reach it sometimes and get hit by the shadow or some other things. I'm going to try this once, although I shouldn't, because I'm not very good at it. I shouldn't have tried. I should have just taken the coward's way out. But yeah, the one medal on Special 5-C is easier to get as Luigi because he jumps higher. And it's just something, even if it weren't faster, it's something that you can have a better chance of not messing up as Luigi, so that's one advantage of using Luigi. So even though it says in my split, like S1L being Luigi, when I actually did this run last, I did that as Mario, but I'm going to be doing it as Luigi now. And the reason I skipped this one was kind of like the reason I skipped 5-3, because 7.5 has a backup Tanuki. It actually has 2 backup Tanukis, so I wanted to unlock that in case this one goes awry. Although it's not that difficult of a level, but I have gotten hit on it before, so just be playing it safe, and I think it's like just a few seconds of traversal time is the only difference, so not that big a deal. I like to get this star too, because maybe it wasn't this one. Oh yeah, it was, because those 2 guys are always in those as well. they can hit you. They're always in the path right where you land, but before you do your next twirl jump. I actually thought that I thought that checkpoint flag was the teleporter box. That's why I kind of delayed there, because I was expecting to be teleported even though it was the checkpoint. So it's a little silly. Yeah, and then 7-5, there's a skip that anybody who's any good at this game pretty much gets all the time, but I frequently mess up. But we'll be going for it because there's a checkpoint there, so you don't lose a ton of time for dying. And it does save a good amount of time skipping the auto-scroller. Back up to nuking that box right there. And then there's one on this third box. This, or not third, but this, I guess it is the third platform. But if you get that one, it kind of messes up the pattern of the flying Goombas here. Let's see if I got this. Looks like I did. Now I just have to hit this. Okay. Yeah, that's something that I mess up way more often than I should, but I got it this time. So we should, let's see, 7 airship is kind of long, but we will be ahead of time if this goes well. I won't be doing the crazy Zelda Cube strat of skipping ahead of the auto-scroller here. That's one of the more impressive things you can do in this game, but I won't be going for it. And 100% actually, you couldn't do it both times anyway because you have to get all the star medals, and doing it that way skips a star medal, but if you were really good you could do it once. But yeah, I haven't even really tried to do it. It's more advanced than I am right now. But so we'll be ahead on this split, but it will also be a little bit, well, not much, but somewhat deceptive because I did skip that medal in 7-1, which I didn't do in the previous one. I actually did that a little slower because I didn't know that it's faster to do it backwards, which, especially with how many special ending runs I've done, I guess I should have known. And I also, at one point, did watch Games Table at 100% Run where he explains why it's faster to do that, but I didn't pick up on it, or I didn't remember it at the time, so when I went to do runs, I forgot about doing 7-1 backwards. And the reason that I skipped it is because you have to go down a big amount of, you have to go down some deep water, and if you come back later as Luigi when you have a stone Tanuki, you will sink much faster than doing a bunch of ground pounds as regular Tanuki, so that might actually save a few seconds. But that's the only star medal that I'm going to be skipping, although I guess I skipped 4-5, but that was unintentional. So even though, I mean, I did play this world better than in my previous time, so we really are ahead, but not quite ahead as much as it's going to say. Although I guess, so 7-1, you would normally do it in like 5 seconds the second time, because you can just jump across that gap. But now I'm going to have to go down, so that will take, I don't know, 10, 15 seconds, maybe 20 seconds, so even though I did do that better than the previous time, and we are genuinely ahead, you probably have to subtract 20 to 25 seconds from how far ahead we really are. And that's the other thing, like, for now you can pretty much know really how far ahead you are, but pretty soon you're gonna be not able to do so. And you can see that in how complicated my splits are. I have a lot of, I forgot what level I was on. I was doing 8-2. That's actually not so bad because there's a Tanuki right here, so that's gonna be about 10, maybe 15 seconds. It's not that big a deal. But yeah, I forgot what level I was on. I was all primed to do to try to do the skip from 8-2, which, but yeah, I was on the wrong level. But what I was saying about the splits is that, so my splits are kind of complicated, and I didn't do it 100% accurately because I kind of changed how I did it midway through. I kind of modeled it after how I did my special ending splits, because to know where you are, you have to know like how many levels you've skipped to get Tanukis and stuff like that. So I tried to have that information in the splits. And this is one that's stressful because I think I got it. Yeah. If you do it as Luigi, you can actually jump from up on the left there and jump and hit the flagpole, but it's kind of chancy and you can't always tell if you're going to get it or not. So if you were to hit the flagpole lower, then you'd have to do that whole long level again. So I really wanted to make sure I hit it there. So this is the level where I'll be twirl jumping to the right like I thought I was doing on the previous level. See if I can get this guy. It looks like he's actually in position. I'm not sure a lot of times why he's not in position, but it worked out that time. That was off angle there. So yeah, there's another mini skip you can do here. I've seen Zelda Cube do it, but I don't actually know how to do it, and also I can't save that much time. And here there's you can jump off that last set of 2 platforms and barely make the jump, but I'll do that as Luigi because it's a lot easier as Luigi, but too cowardly to do it as Mario right now. This is another level that you skip in any % or warpless, but you have to do it in special ending or 100%. In special ending I actually skip it as well so that I can later use Death Abuse to get a P-Wing, but can't do Death Abuse in this category. And there's really no point in going past it like I did in the other levels because I have a backup Tanuki, so even if I die stupidly I can stay on it. And there is actually a backup Tanuki in 8-4 at the checkpoint. You have to wait a little bit for this. No. I like this level too, and the clone of it, I think in special 8-2, if I remember right. I like these big platforms, and not to say that I haven't died on them before, because I have. Yeah, that was a little ugly. But at least we got the flagpole. So here there are 3 kind of auto-scrolling platform skips that you can do, but I won't be going for the full version of them. In this first part, it's possible to get on top of the item box sooner than I do it, which saves some time and saves the platform slowly turning. You'd go right now and hit that box, but doing it this way, I should pretty much not mess up. I was worried I would jinx myself there, but it's a little slower, but I can do it. Or at least I can do it way more consistently. And then this, I guess, is pretty much how you need to do it if you're getting the coin there. And here I do it not quite as soon as you can do it. You can be like running and jumping for that item box right now, but if you wait a little bit here, it lines you up better. Oh my goodness. That's not a mistake I should be making anymore. It's really not that hard, but there's a backup Tinky here, so I don't think it's going to be that much of a time loss. But I really shouldn't mess that up anymore. I'll blame it on the talking. I don't usually talk, so. Okay. Yikes. I'm just gonna go. Although, man, I don't know when the last time I messed that up twice was. So that's going to be another level that's going to be slightly slower, because now I'm going to have to come back as Luigi sooner than I would have done otherwise. Oh, and that strat is harder to do as Luigi. Maybe I should have died there. Because if you do it as Luigi, at least if I do it, I always hit my head on that first box, because you jump higher and, you know, I'm not used to doing it as Luigi, so I may have to even take that slow when I do it next time, which is kind of gross, because it's not that difficult. But, yeah, I messed it up. We'll see how it's going at that point if I try to do it as Luigi nonetheless. But yeah, that's gonna be some time loss, and it's gonna be time loss that doesn't show up in the splits either. So the way my splits are here is the first is obviously the world that I'm on. I better remember not to do the skip here because I have to get the flagpole. So the first is obviously the world, and then M for Mario, L for Luigi. And then the next, like on world 7, the next number there is how many times I died in that world. And then after the comma is how many extra levels that I did. And extra levels meaning levels that I did as Luigi that I won't have to do later. Although I wasn't entirely consistent on it. And that's why there's a -1 and special 1, because I changed the route a little bit. And then the last number is obviously the amount of star medals that I had at the end of that world. So here is where you would do Death Abuse in any percent or worthless, or special ending as well. But apparently you're not supposed to do it in 100%. And this is something that Zelda Cube talked about in his GDQ run, which was a really cool run. I got confused. In the special version of this, there's a star medal on top of that. That's why I jumped there stupidly to get the non-existent star medal. Oh, that was slow. But yeah, and in Zelda Cube's, I almost fell off there. Workless run, he mentioned that you don't do 100%, and then he also said it was a weak or a non-valid excuse, which I don't actually agree with. I think there are very good reasons for not allowing Death Abuse in 100%. I play this a little safe because I'm used to doing it as invincible Tanuki, but we don't have that. But yeah, I mean, so death abuse in 100%, in my opinion at least, first it kind of seems and is a little cheap. Part of the point of doing 100% is to, show the mastery of the game by doing every level, and also doing every level as Mario and as Luigi. And the problem with using P-Wings is it completely erases the distinction between completing a level as Mario and completing it as Luigi, because they have their own slightly different, unique mechanics. And part of doing 100% is being able to do every level as both, and you don't do it as both when you just skip over it as a P-Wing. And if this were the only reason, it might seem kind of cheap. It might be into the category of, it's a little lame, but it's fast, so what are you going to do? But there's another reason, which is that in general speedrunning, 100% means doing everything in the game, which means getting every collectible that it's possible to get. And if you do that, if you beat this game without doing death abuse, you do get a different collectible that you wouldn't get in the other version, which is getting shiny stars on your save file. I'm not really sure why you wouldn't think shiny stars are collectible, although I think I've heard some people say that in Discord or whatever. Maybe it's because you're so used to doing it in other categories. It seems weird to include it here, but I don't think that really makes a lot of sense. One thing I've heard, I think in Discord, was that shiny stars aren't a collectible because you can lose them, and that's not actually true. I've tested it, and if you have 5 shiny stars, or for that matter 4 shiny stars, you can't lose those. You can't lose the shiny stars, and it actually makes sense because at that point you've done. Oh, I missed that, and I got hit. At that point you've done every single level that you can do, so it's not even possible to get a white Tanuki or a P-Wing. So you can't lose 5 shiny stars. But anyway, the argument doesn't really depend on what you count as the terminology of collectible, because the game itself is programmed to keep track of and to differentially reward 2 different ways of playing the game, with death abuse and without. So in requiring that you do not use death abuse to get P-Wings, it's not like you're imposing some kind of capricious standard that speedrunners are imposing on the game. Instead, it's just a way of respecting a distinction that the game itself makes. So it's not really arbitrary at all to require shiny stars, or at least that's what I would argue. So after this is the last level in the any percent run or the warpless run, and after this there's a cutscene. I think it's a little over a minute or so. So it kind of gives you an opportunity to get up and stretch and do whatever, take a little mental break. So that's what I'll be doing after this level. And yeah, you don't get to see the second half of the stage in the other categories if you're using P-Wings. But without P-Wings, you have to do both stages with Mario and with Luigi, so you get to see the second part of this castle, which you don't normally see in speedruns. In my any percent runs, I'm actually usually even a coward about this part, because I do the double P-Wing strat, which is skipping this part. And I won't be doing the pillar jump here because you have to get the first star medal. I will be doing it as Luigi, but I won't be doing it here. But the pillar jump is not the reason that I'm too cowardly to do this part in any percent. Oh my goodness, I got right there. Can I make this? Pretty sure I can. Let's see. Yeah. The reason that I don't like doing it is the cannon shots at the end coming up here, which you don't have an option of not doing in this category, but cannon shots are pretty much the single thing that make me the most nervous in this run, because, well, the second one, mostly the first one's not so bad, but the first one, or the second one, is kind of finicky and you're getting tossed a little bit and you can mess it up, and I do mess it up sometimes, so that always makes me nervous, and I take the cannons really slow. And I can actually get a Tanuki here and then another one in the next stage, so by getting hit there, I lost a little bit in terms of getting a skip, a minor skip, and then I'm going to lose the, I don't know, 5 or 6 seconds to get the red coins here, but it won't be a big deal as long as I can hit this cannon shot, which, as I said, pretty much makes me the most nervous of any single moment in the game. Okay, got it. And then you don't have to do it, even if you die on the next half of the level, you start out kind of an invisible checkpoint for the last Bowser fight. And there's an extra Tanuki there, so it's not that big a deal. So yeah, I did die in this world where I didn't die the first time, but I think it's going to be about the same. So I must have done the other parts a little better. And also the death counter in the splits is cumulative, so there's a 2 in World 7 and a 2 in World 8, which means that I didn't add any deaths in World 8. So. And that's why there's the 21 next to the crown on the last split there, because if I was keeping track accurately, at least I died 21 times. And I think the previous ones must have died a similar amount or even more, because I feel like they were doing the other levels, the previous 100% runs, I mean, like the Bomber Crew's record. Yeah, he must have died even more than I did, because I feel like he was doing the levels in general faster than I was. But that's just kind of the nature of the insanely long category. You're gonna die sometimes. But hopefully I can do less than 20 this time. 20, I guess, is kind of a lot, but it's a long category and it's a different mindset almost. Yeah. Shouldn't die here, although I have died here on 100%, or not 100% runs on special ending. I've died on the stage on new record pace as well, so something you always have in the back of your mind, I guess, if you messed up on it before. Right about there is where I went off the rails. I mean, it was record pace, but that was before I had a capture card, so I think that was my 304 in that category, had the death there, if I remember right. That was before I was able to record, so I mean, I guess it wouldn't have really mattered anyway, because it wouldn't have been official, but... Okay, so we did lose a little bit of time on World 8, but not too bad. Although we do have to do 8-4 in a way where we get that medal as Luigi, and we can't forget that. But yeah, I'm gonna hit the top of the flagpole and then walk around and stretch a bit while the cutscene plays. Alright, so about a minute and a half ahead. It's not the best World 8 I've done. I did another run that was completed. It was a 5:45 something, and I think I was more ahead at this point in that run. And then I had another run where in Special 4 I was like 6, almost 7 minutes ahead. So I've done this part better in the past, but hopefully the latter parts of the game go better. And here you see the -1 in the split. That's because I didn't do this level the first time. And to save traversal times, or having to come back to this world because you get the free warp back to it after beating the other one, I'm going to do this level now. The reason I skipped it is because there's Tanuki right there, and I wanted to skip the levels that I could that had Tanukis. And it doesn't really cost anything to skip this, except for walking from the pipe to here and back, which is pretty negligible. But if I skipped it again, like I did in my PB, then you would have to come back to this world again in a separate time, unless you're doing the Luigi run through before you finish the special world, which you would do if you're doing some kind of split metal route, which again I'm not doing now. So and this is a rather long, auto scroller, so it's gonna be, I'm sure, in the red after this next split, even though I'll still be ahead compared to the actual number of levels that I've done. But I guess it will be a little bit of a bummer to have the red there. There are some levels, oh my goodness, especially later, where these platforms and timing the water spouts is extremely annoying. Probably the feature or the thing that's one of the most annoying in this run is these kind of levels. At least you get to do a big jump here. Let's see if I can get some sideways. I did not say that able to get hyperspeed there. Oh well. So what I'm going to do now that's different than how I did it in my previous run, apart from doing this level, is once I unlock Luigi at the end of Special World 1, which you can do at the beginning because I'll have enough star medals, then I'm going to be getting all the special star medals as Luigi rather than Mario, like I did in my previous run. So it's going to be a little bit of a weird route. I'm going to go to the end, to the castle, beat that, and switch to Luigi, and then do 1, 2, 3, 4. And there should also be a leaf here, which I don't need. So I realize now, of course, I should have skipped this. Although one thing I'm not completely sure on is when you're doing warpless compared to any percent, you get different items per your me because you've skipped some warp boxes. So I'm not sure how skipping that warp box and coming back later, it might be a different item. And this would actually impact special ending maybe, but it would be very difficult to test all that out. Maybe there's a way of getting a combination of me shirt colors and getting the special ones in different order that would yield you 3 extra star medals compared to just 2, which would allow you to not even have to I lost all my momentum there. So that you wouldn't even have to death abuse to skip all of the level. If you could just skip an entire level, that would be very helpful. So then you wouldn't have to death abuse and skip part of Special 4-3, or Special 5-1, excuse me. So So yeah, maybe there's some combination of boxes and shirts and order that you get them in where you can have 3 extra star medals, but it'd be hard to test because you have to do so many different combinations and all the shirts, and you also have to do them in the same day. I found out if you try to do them in different days, you'll get different things. So it would be quite a process to test all those things, and it would only impact special ending. It wouldn't impact 100% because you have to get them all, except maybe if you had a different number or placement of extra leaves, that might make a slight difference. But there are actually a lot of leaves in special worlds. There's only 1 in 7, and there's 1 in the Mushroom House in 8. But all the other ones have multiple leaves that you can get, so it wouldn't really be that big of a deal to have extra leaves in the mystery boxes. So now we're actually, I'm not even sure if this saves time, but I'm going to go briefly into World 2 so that I can directly select it rather than having to go through the other ones, having to go back to the beginning and then doing it again, coming back through. So I don't know if that's faster or not. It's going to be a marginal difference in any case. Oh, missed the star medal. That's nice. Here's one where I sometimes forget to get the flagpole because you want to kind of cut out the angle of the last jump there, but you have to get the, and you can't bounce off the wall and then bounce off the, you can't bounce off the wall to get to the top of the flagpole either, I found. Oh, that's what the, I don't know why I was off there. So there's where you normally round jump across, but you gotta instead get hit by this boomerang guy. Ugh. That was ugly. But yeah, so now I'll be Luigi for all of the special worlds, getting all the star medals with Luigi. And then I will go back and do a little bit of a weird route where I'll do World 8 as Luigi. And then I'll do all the special worlds again as Mario, which is not faster, but I would prefer to get because Special 7 and Special 8 are the hardest worlds, so I would rather get them done first and then do the special worlds backwards so that the regular worlds will be easier to just kind of have the harder stuff sooner so that you're not leaving the hardest part towards the end when you're, you know, mentally drained or whatever and tired of playing. Although you do have to leave the crown till the end, obviously, because it only unlocks when you've done everything. And the crown is the hardest level, but there's no getting around that with any kind of routing. So I have the routing set up kind of intentionally suboptimal, but optimal in terms of, I don't know, your mental states or how you feel while you're playing, because that's a huge part of, I guess I would call this an endurance run. If I make that. Yeah. But yeah, so there's a lot of things that I'm doing that I know are not optimal, but I thought I might. I've never actually gone over the back there, but I'm not even sure if you can. But I've gotten to that last block many times. Ah. But yeah, I'm doing a lot of suboptimal routing, but trying to play it more safe. And here's the, I know his official name is not Shadow, but he does shadow you, the verb shadow, so I'll continue to think of him as a shadow. Even though I think he's, what, Cosmic Mario or something? Officially. I mean, the physics of the game were working correctly, but I should not make that mistake. And here, I don't think you can actually get the elevator the first time. I could be wrong, but I don't think you can. Oh, wow. It's actually completely fine because there are 2 Tanuki leaves in this first level, so it doesn't even matter. Yeah, I will also be saving this 1-1, or at least hopefully if I don't have to do it prior. I'll be saving the second playthrough until the very end, right before I unlock the crown. And the reason for that is you want these stone Tanuki leaves where you turn to stone for the town level. They're better than having the standard Tanuki. So yeah, hopefully I'll be doing this level as Mario as the last level before the crown unlocks, to ensure that I have 2 stone Tanukis. It's extremely slow for this level because it's such a short level. It gets worse. So that, it's a weird place to split, but that's the last of the levels for the first time. So that's where I'll split for the end of Special World 1. And I did make some mistakes and play that some slow, but I did do the long 1-4 auto-scroller that I hadn't done in my PB, so still slightly ahead. And here is one of the longest and most boring auto-scrollers, so hopefully we can stay focused and avoid silly death. I don't know if it's possible to run ahead of the auto-scroller in this one. It would be pretty insane, even if it were possible to keep track of all of the things. I guess I should have looked up if there was a video of it, but it would, even if it were, it wouldn't be something I'd go for in 100%. It would be insane. Although it would be a lot of time because this is a long level. And you can only do it once because you have to get the star medals. So, here's the hidden behind a cloud star medal that you get just by standing there. Hopefully we'll hit the top here. So far I've missed 1 flagpole. If my notes are correct, 6-4. So a lot of these, so that level was completely new. It wasn't a remix of a previous level, but you'll see that a lot of these special worlds, that's what a lot of these levels are. So this is the exact same layout as, was it 3-2? Except the enemies are different and the star medals are in different places. But that's That's what a lot of the special worlds are, remixes of the other. Which I think is pretty cool. Slow. So here's one as well that's, I mean, having to do a wall jump and not doing a wall jump, so like 1 second, maybe 2 seconds of difference between Mario and Luigi, but that is slightly faster to get as Luigi because he can just straight jump on top of that block, whereas Mario is not able to. And I mean, ideally, if you're doing a split medal one, you would look into all 285 medals and see which ones would be faster as Luigi. And then Luigi also has some hyperspeed tricks that he can do that Mario can't, where even if the individual medal is not faster to get, just getting Luigi up into like a high spot, for example, like in 1-1, would be beneficial because then you could use that to hyperspeed. So even though the individual medal would not be faster, the route that had Luigi get that medal would be faster because you have to go up there anyway, so you might as well go up there with the guy who can do the hyperspeed strat. But that's not what I'm going to be doing this time. Eventually, I will probably... I move the camera there. I mean, it's something that if someone got really good at this category would be something to look into, but with the current level that this category is at, it's probably not worth it yet. Or at least it would make it, there would be so many more things that could go wrong and so many more things to keep track of if you did it that way. But I do want to do more special ending runs, because I think special ending is really cool. There's even less people who play that compared to 100%, and not really sure why. It's the shortest category that you can do where you play every level, not the crown level, but 95 out of 96 levels. So, you know, any percent is almost a third, 35, maybe 40% of the levels in the game when you do any percent. And warpless is still less than half because you skip, what, 4, 5, 6, you skip some levels even in warpless, so even warpless is less than half of the levels that there are in this game. So special ending is cool because you get to play all the levels. You also can play with Luigi if you choose, although you don't have to. So I like special ending. I think it's cool. It's also got it's a well-defined route. It's a well-defined ending. There's a definitive ending, and there's a clear goal or motivation for doing it, which is to play the version that lets you play all the levels. So I think special ending is a very underrated category, and I'm not really sure why people do it apart from the length, but then at the same time more people have done 100%, which is a little more than twice as long as special ending. So I mean, if you want to play all the levels, special ending is the one that lets you do that. So I'm a fan of it. I think part of learning the better, or the more like Luigi specific strats for getting star medals would be beneficial in 100% and also special ending. And I think I want to do another special ending run where I take the time under 3 hours, because that's kind of an obvious mile marker, or whatever you call it, an obvious goal to have, to get it under a certain hour. and it's currently at, I think, 3:01:38 is my time, or 3:01 something. And after doing 100% a few times and getting better at any percent, I definitely should be able to beat that by more than a minute and get the sub 3 for that category. Here I'm going to try something. I'm not even sure if it saves time, but you don't have to go and get that third one. But you have to do that little... If you do get the third one, you can jump there. You can long jump from the top. So I'm not even really sure if that saves time, but it's kind of cooler. And here's something I just found out the last time I did a 100% run, is you can do that. I'm sure it was known by somebody prior to this, but I don't recall. I mean, I may have seen it when I watched the previous 100% and special ending, but especially since that was before I started running the categories, there are hundreds of things, hundreds of little things to pick up on, and maybe I just didn't notice that, or didn't remember that little trick there. But I didn't do that in my own 100% PB. So that would save a little bit of time knowing that strat, which is not at all difficult, but it's just something that you have to know about. Fell off there. So yeah, Luigi, in addition to jumping higher, has less traction. I guess I shouldn't say in addition to, because, well, sometimes it's a disadvantage, but sometimes it's an advantage. The main advantage to Luigi's slipperiness is doing some hyperspeed stuff, which I won't be doing much of, but I'll be trying to do some of it. But yeah, it allows him to maintain hyperspeed a lot more easily than Mario, so you can do some levels differently. You can do them really cool. And that's why all the individual levels, every record is done by somebody using Luigi rather than Mario, I'm pretty sure. Although there's got to be some levels where... Oops, almost forgot that medal. I was thinking about the bullet cycles and I forgot that level. There's got to be some levels where it's not faster to use the Luigi, I would think. Maybe not. You can't do hyperspeed on every level. Or can you? Maybe you can, I don't know. I haven't looked into it a ton. But I feel like if you're doing a bunch of levels as Luigi, then even if it's equivalent to use Mario, you'll still be comfortable using Luigi. I don't know. Can I make this? Probably. So let's see where we're at. So the splits of the previous run went from -1 to 0. Which means I did an extra level, but I think I did an extra level as a different character because I have essentially the same amount of star medals. Also, I don't remember what color me I was using in my first one, if it was the same. Because I think it was, because the star medals might be different if you're using a different me, but this is a level that I frequently mess up. So hopefully we can get it the first time here. Try to hit this flagpole just because I'm going to mess it up when I missed it. There's the... Yeah, I'm too cowardly to go for it, but you can jump on that coin box and then do like a long jump, which saves some time, but I'll try it as Mario. But it's kind of... I mean, you're kind of beholden to these platform cycles anyway, so I mean, I'm sure it saves time. It must save time, unless you get unlucky with the patterns of the platforms. But it's much cooler in any case. And if I would do it, I would go for it because the star medal is on top of the item box anyway. So it's just better all around to do it that way. So with routing, like when I was doing special ending, I would skip this level, similar to how I skipped some levels in the regular worlds, because I would skip basically every level that was possible to skip that had a backup Tanuki. I would skip in special ending, and I would just kind of accept the slight time loss from doing the menuing to traverse the maps. But there's less reason to do it in 100% because in addition to having instead of going back and doing different levels, you can just do them with the second character, which only takes the amount of time to switch the characters. So if you're needing an extra Tanuki, you can do a level that has one rather than going back to a level that you hadn't already done, where if you did it, then you wouldn't be able to do it again. So there's not as much need to be skipping these levels compared to special ending. But I do still keep a chart of all the levels that I've done and marking them off which character I did them, at least for every level that has a Tanuki, because I won't be skipping the ones that don't. And I have to remember to keep marking it as Luigi instead of Mario. It's different than how I did it the last time. And here there's also a strategy where I tried last night for a while. You can do a big jump and skip over there, which does save a little bit of time. I wasn't completely sure how much, but it would be some manner of seconds, like 5-6 seconds at most, I think. And I would die pretty frequently trying to do it, so I'm not going to be going for that now. And it's another one where you would only be able to do it once in any case, because there is a star medal over there that you have to get on one of your playthroughs. I don't tend to like the rope levels where you have to bounce on ropes. This level, I guess, is not so bad, but it's also, I don't know, there's not that many speed strats you can do, at least that I'm aware of. You just kind of have to go through almost as intended, which you try not to do when you're speedrunning. Oh, I almost hit that flower. That would have been pretty dumb. See if I can get Luigi upside down off screen. No. Oh, also I forgot that he was stone Tanuki, so he wasn't turning upside down for the ground pound anyway, so that wouldn't have worked. I guess I could try to get him half off screen as a stone. That'll be my goal for the next mystery box. This is another level that gets kind of two remixes. This is 7-2, I believe. But then you get the faster cycle of the spike bars, and then you also get the spike bars that go completely around, somehow maintaining their momentum indefinitely. And then you also get a remix later, I think in Special 7, where it's the same spikes and the same patterns, but you have your shadows chasing you. This level as well has 3 versions. This one is the one where there's no shadow, but the cycles of the platforms is different. And then the star medals are also located in different places. Keep my momentum there, but it's okay. make this? No. Double, not gonna make it. Okay. Well, there's. If you're Mario, I don't think you really even can jump over that, or at least I never have. Yeah. So there's a star medal in the next level, so it's no big deal. It's actually a little bit difficult to get, or at least I sometimes miss getting it. The medal in this level, or the leaf in this level, that is. So this is the second airship, or the second world airship. I guess it's the first airship, but it goes along at a much higher pace, and then the end of it is also different. But there is a tanuki you can get here. I don't think you can even go. Well, you could maybe. I don't even know if there is a way of skipping this. It doesn't look like there's the platform over there that we skipped to in the second world. So I don't know if there are any really kind of speed strats you can do on this apart from just going through it. I don't know of any skips, but maybe there are. So that wasn't the fastest, but we got the backup and we didn't get hit, so that's acceptable. I'll take that. So most of what I'm trying to improve here compared to my last run through is, like I said, just dying less. I don't really have. There are a few new strategies that I've learned, minor time saves and stuff, but mostly I'm just trying to play better and trying not to die as much, and still not going for the very risky strats. Just going for trying to go moderately fast but play consistently. So this is a level that you only play in this. Well, previous versions of Special Ending, I believe, have all played this level, but as I was saying before, with the black me and not missing any medals, you can't actually get a third P-wing and skip this, because this is a very long level and it's a boring auto-scroller, and there are two medals that you get going through here, and then there's one by the flagpole. So in Special Ending you can skip this, go to the flagpole, and then just get the star medal that's on the area above where the flagpole is. That's another reason to do Special Ending. You do all the levels except for with Crown, and you get to skip this level that's not so great. Forgot about those for a second. Almost got hit. This is another level where it's better to have Stone Tanuki compared to normal one, or at least the way that I do it, because of these wizards or witches or whatever. Especially with Luigi, if you're trying to dodge those, you might fall off and have to do this long, ugly level again. But with the stone, you can just turn to stone. This level, I think... Oh no, I guess not. Well, I guess not in my PB, but in one of the other runs, maybe it was the 545. I died here, and I'm still... I think I know what the difference is. But I think there's a skip that you do in the regular version of this level that you can't do in this version. I'll show you what it is here. So here in the normal version, you just go to the right and jump straight that way. But I think there's one less platform here. It doesn't really apply both times because you have to do it. You have to get that medal anyway one of the times. But you can't jump to right there, I don't think, in this version of the level. And I tried to, and I died. I was very confused at first, but I think that's the reason. I think there's one less black and white checkerboard platform so that you don't quite get enough length to skip that. Or maybe what happened was the second time through that world maybe is when I did it, because as I mentioned, you have to get the star medal, so I wouldn't have done it the first time, but so I bet in the second time through Special 4 is when I did that. This level, for some reason, I do not like, and I frequently mess up. Hopefully we can avoid that. It's got a cool little thing that I didn't know about the last time I did this, last time I did a 100% run, which is coming up here. Hopefully I can get this ahead of the bullet. I tried too much. I didn't know about this the last time. It's, you can't actually go to the pole because you have to get this medal, but you can do it as Mario or Luigi. And I didn't do it either time in my previous 100% because I just learned about it. And that's good too, because if you go the other way, if you try to skip across the like wooden bridges that go back and forth, there's a boomerang bro there that would often get me. So I'm glad to know that you can skip by him. So there's tried to get a little hyperspeed there, but didn't really work. It's probably worth going a little bit out of your way to try to get it again. And this is one where you kind of get the opposite. I feel like it would be faster to go as Mario and get the medals because you can't do the hyperspeed stuff that... I'm not going to hit this flag. Special 4-4, another flagpole miss. So I think this is one where it would be faster to not get the medals as Luigi, although I don't know if it would really be faster in addition to the time it takes you to switch from Mario to Luigi and back again. But I'm sure there's some hyperspeed you can do there as Luigi that you can't do as Mario, but you can't do, or you can't do as much of if you have to get the star medals as Luigi. So that's probably one where the opposite is true. This level I like. I don't really necessarily have reasons why I like one level or don't like others. And obviously some people will have the opposite opinion, but I like this level for some reason. Let's see if I can get this. Just went past that. That was a little ugly. Maybe it's this jump. I like that jump. And also one jump there. So in Special World 1, there was a -1 for a level that I skipped. But then I did an extra level in World 2, Special 2, and then another one in 3, so I'm not really as far ahead as it appears, because I've done an additional level at this point. So it's not always easy to tell. This level is one of my least favorites. And it's pretty, I don't know, I guess parts of it are okay, but I don't know, I just don't like it. You're gonna get hit there, no? Okay, I thought I was gonna get there. I guess this level's okay, it's just that I frequently, especially when I was doing special ending a lot, would mess this up. But that's not really the level's fault, it's my fault. Part of it is I would try to do this, no, I lost my key, is this, which again is completely your own fault if you mess it up, but why am I going so slow? And then this boss fight, the second time you have to hit the boom boom, you can try to do it a little fast and go over the spikes. And it's a marginal time save that I would often go for, and also often miss. But again, that's my own fault, not the game's, so maybe I should revise. Oh, he's on the edge here, so it's not even an issue this time, but yeah, so maybe this level's fine, it's just that I'm bad at it. Not a good level. And then so I would frequently have to fight Pom Pom, her name is, when I was, you know, without a power-up or I was small Mario. And I would frequently mess it up when I was doing special ending, but it hasn't really been a problem since I've been doing 100% runs. Of course, it's the cost of saying that. You immediately get hit. And hit again. I kind of thought that was the third time for some reason. I don't know why. Oh, that was bad. I guess because if I hadn't have gotten hit, that's about the time I would have been delivering the third hit, so wow, yeah, I got hit twice there, buddy. Good old Pom Pom. This is a little awkward to get the, at least for me. So yeah, compared to the previous time, there were no extra levels, so at least in terms of comparing World 5's this time to the PB run, I lost 13 seconds. So losing it is not a huge deal, because there's 5-1, 5-3, and 5-5, all have Tanukis. And this one is not even that bad. You don't really have to go out of your way to get it. You just have to stop off at a box that you wouldn't have to otherwise, but it doesn't really take much time to get this guy. Yeah, I don't have a backup, but at least I have a Tanuki, so it's not that big a deal. I think I'll do this a little bit suboptimally, wasting the traversal time, but getting the backup right now. Oh, this part. Hopefully I can get this first time. I think I did. Yeah. It's a huge pain if you don't get it. You can really waste a lot of time there. And I should have just gone the bottom route rather than messing with this fountain. Oh boy. I was thinking that I should have tried to jump on top of that item box, because that would have been cooler and saved time, but I had already kind of passed the point of no return, so I kind of got stuck in the middle there. But at least I didn't die. There's an argument for maybe I should have saved this one, because there are actually two pretty costless ways of getting a tanuki in this. So even if I had lost my tanuki in the other level, it still, oh, that was, I should have just broken through. You can break through the first and the third, but not the second of those little brick walls. And then in the first one, the rightmost block is a tanuki. So, yeah, so there's two easy tanukis to get in this level, but I played it safe. So looking at my split, I see that I died once in this on my previous run through, so if I can just not die, I'll save some time. This is, like I mentioned, the third of this 7-2 remix. It's where the bars have all the same. I might get hit here. No. Okay, good. That part's kind of a pain because your shadow can hit you. But yeah, I think all the patterns of the bars in this part are all the same. The only difference being your shadow's chasing you. And also the star medals in the exact same spot. They might be, which is a little rare. Usually they're slightly different, but I think they're all in the same spot in this. I could be wrong. Here, again, I'm taking it kind of slow to ensure that I get the flagpole, so it's not something I have to worry about later. I almost feel like doing a level as Mario, just so that I'll have an extra, so that in looking at my splits, I'll have done the same amount of levels. I mean, it would waste a little bit of time, but it would allow me to know precisely where I am in relation to my last run, which, I don't know, might be worth a little bit of time. But I won't do it because I'm sure I'll have to be doing a unplanned additional level anytime now, so I'll just wait for that. This is the version of, oh, I forgot what level it is. There's a level like this in the normal worlds, but it goes slower. It's one of the ones that I skip because it has a leaf, although I wouldn't have skipped it in this. Or maybe I did skip it. I don't know, I can't remember now what. No, I did skip it. So the second half is different though, because it's a vertical. It's vertical platforms, whereas it's horizontal platforms in the other version, and it's different. And this part I actually like, even though I have lost runs to dying and missing star medals. But I like it. I don't know. I mean, it's like, if you mess it up, it's no one's fault but your own, so that shouldn't really count against it. But yeah, there's really no reason why I like some levels and why other people like other levels, but I like this level. Maybe because it's, I guess technically that part is an auto-scroller, but it's an auto-scroller that you have to pay attention on, I guess. Maybe that's why I like it. Or maybe it's because of the cookie theme, although I don't like cookies particularly, so that's probably not it. This level, oops, I was marking on my sheet there. I missed the start of the level. I think this is the only time in the run, or in the game, where you get a star medal from killing an enemy. Is that correct? I think that's correct. Certainly the only time that Goombas hold the star medals, but I don't think there are any cases where you kill an enemy that's holding a star medal. You do sometimes have to use your shadow to break a block to get a star medal, but I don't think you ever get star medals from enemies in any other case. So this is a version of the normal Castle 5. These, for some reason, I don't know, I get nervous on these levels because I mess them up a lot. Even though, again, it's no one's fault but my own, and you have to do it 3 times, so really no excuse for not being good at the levels. And yet I am. Almost fell off there. So here you can't do the skip. I mean, you could, but you miss a star medal because there's a star medal over here. And this is one where you often take a blue fireball to the face when you're getting this. Or at least I do. Let's see if I can avoid it this time. Yeah. Although I almost fell in the lava over there. I was trying to avoid that 100 seconds there. Again, even though I think I heard once how many frames you lose. It's like a frame per extra second that it counts down on the end screen. If that's, maybe that's it. In which case it would be minute 40, so it'd be 1.67 seconds extra. If it really is a frame per countdown, that would be the 100 seconds. But I'm not, maybe that's, no, that seemed faster. I'm not sure exactly. It's a marginal time, and it's definitely not worth going out of your way to avoid a clock just to avoid that. So that was a pretty good Special 5, for me at least. Not good all things considered, of course, but good relative to how I normally do it. So this is obviously a remix of 3-1, which I botched. I think it's probably better not to get this yet, because you have to go up higher to get the golden flagpole anyway, but it's okay. Off my usual timing there, because I thought thought those platforms would get in my way, but they wouldn't have. So yeah, it says 5 minutes ahead. It's going to be slightly less than that because of the 2 star medals that I missed. Although not really that much. As long as I don't die trying to do the strategy with Luigi, that's tougher on 8-4. Thought for a second I was getting confused on levels. I thought I missed a medal there, but I didn't. Oh my goodness. Well, that's what you get for thinking. I don't think I've ever died there before. There's that. Oops. Okay, so that's pretty bad. I don't know what happened there. There's some time here. At least it wasn't. I have in the past on this level died on this part right here. Very stupidly died. And it's a fairly long level, so I had to do all the other part again. But this death wasn't as costly, at least. That's some consolation. Let's see, I believe I've died 3 times so far, if I've been keeping track. I've had to go out of levels a few times, but in terms of actual deaths, I think it's 3. Although I feel like maybe I missed one. Still, it's less than in the previous run. Here's where I'll get the backup. It's not worth dying there to avoid that clock. Which would have gotten messed up there. Here I feel like I'm not doing this optimally. I kind of meant to look into this, but I didn't. I feel like maybe you can just reach it from the previous one with Luigi, though not with Mario. Maybe that's why I messed it up. Oh! I even spun before he hit me. Yeah, that's disappointing. So let's see. I did die once in my PB on this world, so maybe I won't even lose time due to that death, at least relative to my previous time. I might skip ahead. Yeah, I'm gonna skip ahead to the airship here because there is a Tanuki here. Might as well get the backup. This is one where there's probably a cool way to skip ahead, but I don't know it. So there's actually 2 Tanukis here. You can get one off this guy, and then there's one by the flagpole as well. Oh, I really hope I don't get on that bike. Go down that pipe, you have to fight, I believe. It's much slower. Oh, no momentum off that. This is gonna be really slower because it's back here. So in this, on the rightmost L block I just passed over, there's a Tanuki there. I also kind of like these rotating colorful blocks levels. Although again, I do die sometimes, but they're still cool levels. This next star medal in particular, sometimes I get hit by the guy, but okay. Oh, and I hit a weird edge there and lost all the speed. Not that I had much speed anyway, because I was doing a lot of unnecessary fluttering. But it's really hard not to flutter sometimes, even though you know it's not as good, not as fast. So this is a version of the 8-4 Ghost House, but the platform moves a lot faster, which is kind of nice. It also makes, at least for me, not really worth it to go for this first skip, because while you do save time of the platform turning, the platform, I believe, goes at the same speed as you fluttering out of a long jump, so it doesn't really save that much time. It's another thing I could die on. This part is a pain, of course, but I guess it's kind of cool, just a pain if you mess it up. Now, there is a faster way of where you kind of jump on top of those things, but play it a little safe. And then this, the strat that you use to skip this third part here, it's not the same here. I'm not sure exactly if it would still be faster to go for it, because the star medal is actually up high on the next screen. So even if you got there faster, you'd still have to climb up these kind of invisible blocks and do that nonsense, whereas here you should be able to get right into it. Oh, I missed it. But yeah, I think even if you skipped that, where those coins are, there's hidden blocks that you have to do kind of three levels of to get up to that star coin, so getting to the ground faster but having to do that, I think, is slower than riding the platform a little longer and then jumping straight towards the coin. But I haven't timed it. Oh, I should have split there at the end of the level, because that was the last level of Special 6. So it looks like I even did it a little, oh yeah, because I had the death, but also the death and the PB, so I saved a little bit of time there relative to my PB. These guys can kind of be funks, as you can see there. I didn't even see the boomerang that hit me. So as long as I don't get hit again, I won't complain too much. Now here in the regular version, that box has a Tanuki, but here it has a boomerang. I could have made that. I don't know why I didn't. And here I might get hit. Oh, that's close. Well, this level I'm not a huge fan of. Although I did just learn that the second time going through there's a skip that I didn't know about. So I'll be doing that with Mario. You can skip kind of the first section, which I didn't do in my PB because, like I said, I didn't know about it. So here's the third version of this. This is where the platforms are normal, but you've got your shadow chasing you. Let's see if I can... I also just recently learned about this, where you don't have to do the wall jumps. I guess you can just straight away make it up there with Luigi, but I didn't. But that was still faster than doing the 2 wall jump method that I was doing before. I mean, the first time you go through this level or not this level, but the analog of this level in the regular worlds, you have to go up there anyway, so it doesn't really save time. But every other time it does, and I wasn't really aware of it. I mean, I probably knew it at some point, but I just wasn't really applying it to this case. Because, I mean, there's a ton to remember. There are 96 levels, so there's quite a bit of learning that you have to do to get good at this category. Not that I am good at it, but relatively, I guess. I guess I will try to get the skip on this one because I have Luigi and it's a little better with Luigi, and I don't want to be a complete wimp. I also found out yesterday that you can do that, which I didn't know. I was waiting for the platform previously, but yesterday I spent a few hours going through as Luigi just again, see if I can get this. I thought I had timed it correctly, but I didn't. Okay, actually, now that I think about it, because I only had the one Tanuki, I actually shouldn't have gone for that, because I easily could have made it up there and then gotten hit anyway, and then you have to do this part much more slowly. I wasn't sure where I was. Okay, special -7 is a flagpole. I think I'm gonna go ahead and do this as Mario right now, just so that I can be on track. Well, actually, I will do it, but I'll do this castle first to get a Tanuki, because I know there's a Tanuki in that level. So that way I can try to skip again with Mario and try to redeem myself. And then this will also put me at, doing 1 extra level, which will be the same as my PB. So we'll get a real-time comparison of the PB. So that'll be worth it. Yesterday I was also trying to do a hyperspeed strat here. It's probably not the best one. I'm sure other people can do better, but we'll see if I can get a little hyperspeed here at the beginning. It's pretty... I didn't get it. The thing that I often mess up is that to preserve the hyperspeed off of a ledge, you have to be fluttering. But the flutter button is also the same as the jump button, so you frequently, or at least I frequently, mess that up, in that I jump instead of get to the edge of the platform and then flutter. So I often mess that up. I was trying to do a little hyperspeed strat there. Here I'm gonna take the hit and then get the mess up, because you can shave off a lot here with the Tanuki, so at least, okay. That's one where if you are changing direction, you mess that up a lot, or at least I've messed it up that way by trying to do the long jump, but I was right on the border of getting the timer, but I'll play it safe. But yeah, I've messed up that jump many a time with Luigi, but it's definitely worth it. So yeah, I'm still gonna go back and do that level as Mario. I just won't. I'll just chicken out and not do the. Not try to do the skip because I only have the one Tanuki. I think it's worth it to go ahead and go to the next level. I'm not entirely sure, so that I won't have to retraverse it. Although since it's only one, I would have only gone back two. Probably would have been better not to go over there. But oh well. I can make this as Mario, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. So yeah, I'm just gonna chicken out here and tail between my legs, take the slow route, because I need to get this flagpole, and if I miss the flagpole, I will have to do the whole level again. So I'm going to take it very safe here to ensure that I get the flagpole. Nice and easy. Okay, so yeah, that also puts me at one extra level, and it should be the same amount of star medals, although I missed two, but the same amount of levels, even if not the star medals. So this will be a true plus or minus on this split. Well, minus 20 to 30 seconds for getting the extra star medals, but it's not that big a deal. This is another level. Ooh, maybe I should have. Well, I don't want to jinx it, but maybe I should have gotten the backups for this level because I often mess it up. But I think I can do it. Oh, that was terrible. Yeah, this is not going well. Yeah, I think I did this to myself by questioning whether I can beat this level with one Tanuki, which of course I can. I should have just gone for it. Oh my goodness. That was pretty ugly, but I didn't die, so can't complain too much. Thought I was gonna die there. But at least I made it through. I made it through. This level's not bad. It's just a slightly faster auto scroller of the ship at the end of World 7, so shouldn't get hit here. I may go back and do a level before. Yes, I think I will. I'm going to go back and do a level as Mario, one of the regular worlds, so that I can get it back up to Tanuki, because the Special 8, at least for me, is the hardest world, and I frequently, get hit. There is a Tanuki in the 3rd slot, or the 4th slot, where the Mushroom House is, but you have to beat 3 levels, and I often get hit on those levels. Oh my goodness, I better get this. That was close. I mean, I guess that's what I get for saying there's not much that can go wrong in this level. Of course, there's always things that can go wrong. But yeah, I mean, I'm gonna have to go back before completing Special 8 in any case, because I skipped some levels, and you don't have any leeway with the star medals, really. I think you have 1 leeway to unlock the last level, which requires 290. So I'm going to have to go back. I'm probably going to have to go back multiple times. So that's the end of Special 7. So yeah, we did lose some time. Part of that was because I did an extra level, extra relative to that split, not relative to where we are in terms of the actual level. So I think what I'm going to do here is go to 8-4 as Luigi. Even though I just said I was going to do a level as Mario, we'll do this one as a Luigi because there's the extra Tanuki you can get, and I want to make sure that I get this star medal. I will probably play the second skip or the third skip very safely to ensure that I get the medal and also that I preserve my backup Tanuki. And as always, I play this part of the skip like a coward. So yeah, I mean this next split is going to be very it's going to be a long one, obviously, because there are extra levels that I chose to have to do. So the next split is going to be a long one, and there will probably be differences in the routing that may or may not be reflected in the splits. Yeah, I guess I'm gonna, well, I could get the next box. No, I'm too much of a coward. I'll just take the auto scroller of shame. Yeah, I knew that was gonna happen because I wasn't crouching. That was silly. Very silly. I mean, I guess that's what I get for not going for it and doing the normal strat and missing the flagpole. That's nice too. All right, so I'm gonna go to 6-5 and do that as Mario, so that I can get the backup Tanuki. Again, I'm aware that this wastes some time in terms of menuing and going to levels and switching characters, but I'm playing it a little safe. This level can be a little dangerous, if only in that you can't wall kick or wall jump off of those blue ice or whatever they are. So that's something to keep in mind. And I don't really know of a way to avoid that. Having to wait for that platform, that is. I don't really see what would be the way of getting around that, because you just don't have the height to do anything about it. Oh my goodness. So I need to remember to get the flagpole here. Come back at some point for 3-5 and 4-3 because I'm going to need the star medals to unlock the last level of Special 8, but I'm going to go back now because I expect to die or get hit on these levels, so I want to preserve those Tanuki leaves until to ensure that I get through this world. So this is 1-2 backwards, and I just realized I'm supposed to be doing this as Luigi, so, but I'm just gonna keep going, and I'll switch to Luigi after this, and of course, maybe I should have gone out of the level there, because I'm gonna have to go back as Luigi anyway. It's not that long of a level, and then I wouldn't have lost my backup. I probably should have done that, but it's too late now. Get the flagpole now. Guess I'll take this, although I probably could have made it. Okay, so dash 1. Yeah, I'll just come right back as Luigi and do this. So that's another extra to mark on my thing. Luigi. Yeah, I really shouldn't have gotten hit there. I mean, I shouldn't have messed up such that I got hit there. That was kind of silly. I was a little distracted by realizing that I was the wrong character, so that's part of the reason, but still. A mental error that could have been avoided easily. And another one. Well, like I said, I have to go back to the 2 regular worlds that have leaves anyway. I'm gonna die, aren't I, from the time? No. Yeah, that was some mental lapses going on right now. So I guess I'll go to 4-3. That's a little, you get the leaf pretty early in that level. Guess I'll go ahead and unlock this for no reason. Yeah, this next split, even though it takes a long time, should be pretty accurate in the sense of comparing to the previous levels. Because as of now, I've done 2 extras. These World 4, 4-1, or 4-3, and the other levels that I have to come back to don't count as extras because I have to do them anyway. But I mean extras in the sense of having done the second character already twice on a level. So, assuming I don't have to do any extras, then the split will be accurate in the sense that I'll have done the exact same amount of levels at that point. So it should tell us where we're at. And I guess I also had one death. So hopefully we can avoid that this time around. Save some time there. That one, that binoculars thing is a little different than the other ones because you actually don't want to start zooming immediately, or if you do, you have to know exactly which direction you're pointed at because it already starts out with a high relative level of zoom. So it's hard to be zooming and get it accurately. Alright, so it's possible I should even do 3-5. I think I will. Although this means if I get hit, I'll be off my split counter, but because I'll have to do another level as a second character, but that's okay. Although possibly not, because as I mentioned, the Mushroom House in Special World 8 does have a Tanuki. So this should be every regular level if I've been keeping track correctly. So this means once I do those levels, I should have the star medals. I did miss one, 4-5, but with the light blue me, you have a one star leeway, if I'm correct in that. So I won't have to do 4-5 before I get the 290 medals. Which is good because, I mean, it is a marginal amount of time, but I would have to go back to World 4 again if that weren't the case, but I mean, I'm going to have to go there anyway, but I would have to go there before unlocking the last level of Special World 8. Oh, just jumped ahead a little bit there, I forgot. Doing good on gold flagpoles. I think there's only... Okay, I wrote down Special 7-3, but that's the one I did as Mario. So there's Special 4-4 and 6-4 are the gold flagpoles that I've missed. So now we'll go back to Luigi. This level's not so bad, although I shouldn't say that because I'll probably die now. So this is the version of 8-3, which you skip in both any percent and warpless, so that we did it here. So it might not be that familiar. I'm doing this slowly. I kind of want to take it safe. I'm trying to think as well if any of the... Oh wow, that was mighty slow. If any of the World 8 levels, if it's better to have the stone Tanuki. But I'm kind of distracting myself, so maybe I just shouldn't worry about it. You can get that with the twirl jump, but I think it's a little harder than normal because I've missed it before. Missed the top of the flagpole, that is. So this is a level where it definitely is better to be Luigi. Well, you have a greater margin of getting this coin if you're Luigi. But this is another version of Castle 5. So here you get the timer, and then you also got your shadow buddy. Timer is not really a factor in this level, at least I don't think it's ever been for me, because you just kind of seem to pick up a lot along the way. You don't really mess it up. This is the okay. This is the coin I was talking about as Mario. You sometimes miss, and you can't bounce off that gate. You can't wall jump off the gate. So, and you can't really wall jump off the thwomp because your shadow will hit you. So it's kind of an annoying medal to get as Mario. And here's the one that you have to have the guy break it. And of course, he breaks me too. Yikes. Yeah, I mean, as long as I don't die, honestly, I'm fine with losing some time here. Okay, that's cute though. That is really a silly mistake to make. Because Luigi, unlike Mario, can just jump over those things. And we got a little psyched out from losing both of my Tanukis. So it looks like I am going to have to do an extra level unless... Well, Yeah, I'm not sure what the best strategy here is. I guess I'll just get the Mushroom House Tanuki and do the next level without any backup. Because if I can do that, then the following level is not very difficult. You just have to do a version of 7 Ship with your shadow chasing you, but it's not an auto-scroller, so... That's one thing I kind of wish they had done, but I'm kind of glad they didn't, is have a special level that's an auto-scroller and a timer, and you also have to deal with your shadow. Because dealing with your shadow in an auto-scroller would be, I mean, sometimes, of course, very frustrating, but other times kind of cool and kind of difficult. So I'm trying to remember, I guess I don't have a metal leeway here because I'm going to end up with 289. So I'm going to have to go back to 4-5. I'm a little confused as to why that is, and it makes me worry that I've missed another metal somewhere that I didn't mark down. Because I know for sure you end up with 294 if you have a light blue knee. So I should have a 1 metal leeway that should allow me to get in there if really all I've missed is 4-5. But the fact that I don't makes me worry that I've missed a metal that I haven't marked down, which could be a problem. I should have done a little wall jumps there, but I forgot. So I was thinking about star metals. Okay, now I'm just... Alright. Take it slow. Oh my goodness, I almost got hit there. So yeah, I'm trying to figure out where I may have missed another metal. Because it's going to be quite annoying not knowing where it is, because it's going to be something I'm going to have to constantly be thinking about where that metal is that I missed, and it's going to weigh me down. Yeah, so I've definitely missed a metal somewhere that I didn't mark, which is concerning. So it's not in Special 8, 7, 5, 3. I really don't know where it is. I mean, for now, I'm just going to go to 4-5 and get that one. And hopefully, along the way, maybe see where... Oh, there's 16 worlds that it could be in. I really don't know which is which. I mean, it's one of those things too that ultimately wouldn't matter that much, but I'm gonna have to be thinking about it this whole time now. So it's not in Special 4, so it could still be 6, 2, or 1. Special 6, 2, or 1, or it could be in one of the regular worlds. Special 6, 2, 1. I think... Yeah, I'm not sure where it is. I'm pretty sure I was on my medal count throughout the regular worlds. Pretty sure. So, once I get this one, I think that's all the regular worlds, but there's not really an easy way of telling. I'm not really used to doing this as Luigi, so I'm gonna be a coward again. Just take this nice and slow. Plus I don't want to, oh my goodness. That's unfortunate. Probably I should exit out of the level right now. But I should be able to do this. Yeah, I was obviously thinking about where the medal could be and was playing this level like an idiot, so I will take this very slow. I think I'm gonna have to obviously do a level here to get Tanuki, and I'm gonna try to do it in one of the levels that might be where I missed a medal, if that makes sense. So I should mark down that I'm doing another extra level here as Mario. So see, 6, 2, or 1. I guess I'll go to 1 because there are multiple levels that have multiple Tanukis in one. And then I'll be able to see also if I've missed. No, so it's not 1. So, or I guess I could do this as, no, because I want to get 2. I want to get 2. And, actually there's only a chance of getting 2. Unless, no, you can, because of the red coins, you can give 1, but for some reason I was thinking the red coins were later than the bullet bill that has a tail, but that's not the case. So I will be able to get 2 Tanukis here. So that means the missing medal is probably in Special 6 or Special 2. And we'll waste some time, but honestly I'm probably going to go look through those right now, just so that I know and I won't have to keep thinking about it. I'll just accept a minor time loss there. And I need to mark that I've done this level as Mario now. So looking at the split, actually, as long as I don't die on the last level of World 8, Special 8. Okay, so I did get all the special medals. Yikes. So that means I did miss one of the regular levels. I don't know which one it was. So in terms of relative to the Special 8 split, I've done 1 extra level, and I have gotten all of the, or no, have I done 2 levels? I guess I've done 2. Okay. Probably shouldn't be trying to figure that out while I'm doing that, but yeah, I've done 2 extra levels relative to that split. So we are going to be well up on the previous PB. All right, I need to just beat this level. I almost missed that again. I don't think I've ever missed it before, and I almost missed it twice because I'm mentally still thinking about the star medal and stuff. So, I mean, it kind of. I mean, I'm not surprised by this. It's kind of. This is why the routing in particular. I'm sticking with the known slower method to just kind of ease the mental strain, because as you can see, I've made many mental errors in the past 5 minutes since I realized that I'm missing a star medal, so you gotta factor stuff like that in, at least if you're weak-minded like I appear to be. Okay, just ice and stuff like that. I mean, I guess I shouldn't really say weak-minded, even though I do tend to be self-deprecating, but anybody playing this game is this long of a category is going to have a mental I was going to say fight, but that's kind of putting it a little dramatically, but there's a lot of mental mistakes that you can expect to make in this long of a category, is what I'm trying to say. I shouldn't be too tough on myself. So I've done 2 extra levels, and I'm 240 ahead of my previous time, which if I continue that pace, I'll beat the current record, so that's fine, and I'm even more up because of the 2 extra levels, but I'm having some mental difficulties with the star medal thing, but still, it's looking good, it's looking promising. So I'm going to do another unoptimal route change here for mental health reasons, as I said. So I'm just going to do this in the reverse order for no good reason, because I wanted to see if I had missed a medal in World 8, and now I can kind of check that off my list. Probably faster to do the lower. Well, maybe not, because then you have to climb the pole. I don't know, but I don't even know how to go down that lower part. So here, let's see. Okay. Yeah, that's the jump that, I mean, I don't know actually if you would long jump or regular jump, but that's the alternate way of getting that flagpole if I hadn't gotten it before. So this split seems long because, well, World 8 is the longest regular world, but also you have to watch the cutscene again for the special ending. I was just thinking, I was excited because I was going to get that skip twice, but nope, didn't jump up on the grass, so the guy was out of position, and once he's out of position, that's the end of that skip. Oh, well, we will see. So after this split, I'll have to remember to put a -1, or not a -1, but go from 4 to 3 extra levels, because one of the extra levels is in this world. And that's another thing I'm not entirely sure I did accurately in my previous PB splits. And I didn't go back and watch the whole 5 hours again to double check it. That would be ridiculous. But yeah, I'm not entirely sure that all the pieces of data are accurate in those splits, but I'll put a -1 here on extras for World 8. It's gonna be, oh, no, that's not true. Okay, I can mark off. I shouldn't have gone in there. Okay, it's not that big of a deal though, but I've already done this level. I was thinking I could mark off World 6 and World 4 since they have the stars there. And of course, not having the stars does not mean necessarily that you didn't get all the stars. It just means that you didn't get like a mushroom house or something. So that's not as much information as it could be. But I can mark off 6 and 4 since those do have the stars. That means I have done them. I have gotten all the stars in. And I forgot about. You can skip a little bit of those stairs because you don't have to get that box this time, but I forgot. I'm gonna do the chicken version of this, and I might even mess it up because I was jumping from higher, but I had to readjust in the air, which always slows you down to readjust in the air. So that was kind of dumb. But yeah, and then after these next 3 levels, there's another cutscene, so you get another little break, which is always welcome. And then after that, okay, I was on the wrong level again. And then after that, you're a little bit more than 50%, or maybe even a fair amount above 50% done, because you don't have to get any star medals, or at least if you were on the right route, you wouldn't have to. And you don't have to get any golden flagpoles, so you can run through the levels a second time faster. Okay, a little slow. I might fall off the edge of this. Okay, no. That cutscene, that little tiny cutscene trigger is a little. It can mess you up sometimes. But thankfully, I didn't die, so that's fine. That's slow. So that's why sometimes it's, I mean, I'm sure I've done it many times before, but like that, it's a little worse sometimes to have the stone tanuki. So it looks like we're still going to be, or we should be still looking pretty good. I took this a little slow and I made some minor mistakes, but we're still ahead. Still ahead. Okay. Well, we died in this world once in the PB, so shouldn't be that big of a deal. And at least it was early in the level. I forgot I don't need that. Almost got hit there. this. Okay, so one more level before I get a little break. That's gonna do me good. I will be going for the pillar jump here, not the coaster skip. I've never tried that, and it does save a fair amount of time, but I'll leave that for Zelda cubes. It's not something I'm close to being able to do yet. And I messed it up. Yikes. And of course, considering chickening out, I'm not going for it this time, but gotta have some standards. Died again. Okay. Well, we're catching up in deaths. Let's see. I think that's 3, 6. I think still only 6 compared to my PB, which had 9. So still a plus. We made that this time. Okay, so now it's just the cannon shot and then the level. I feel like I might have died more than 6 times. I'm not sure I completely kept track of everything accurately, but I mean the deaths are just kind of something to keep track of for fun and something to try to improve on. They don't really make it. I mean, knowing how many deaths you have doesn't help you any. Sure we get this. So we may not even, I'm not sure how we're not losing more time. At least looking at my splits, I don't remember specifically what happened in this world the last time. But with more deaths, and we had already done, oh, it's because we had already done World 8-4, that's why. Yeah, because we'd already done that, so we saved all the time, well, except for when I went into the level and immediately exited, but apart from that, we saved all the world, or the 8-4 time. So even though we died twice more in the PB, it doesn't look like we're going to lose that much time. I'm sure there's a faster way of doing that, but I'm not going to do any shortcuts here. Just not to die. In particular, there may be shortcuts available to Luigi that aren't available to Mario, but yeah, looks like we're gonna be, wow. I'm not sure why we're gaining time here. Maybe I died more often than I marked down or something. Or maybe I'm underestimating how long 8-4 is. Okay. That was some silliness. Okay, so when I was walking around, I realized I'm an idiot. I know where the missing star medal is. It's in 7-1, and I skipped it on purpose, which is something I didn't do in my PB, but I forgot. I was going to say forgot to remember. I didn't remember that I had done it this time, because it's still a new strategy for me. So yeah, the star medal is in 7-1, and that's the last star medal, and everything is going fine. So yeah. And compared to the split, we're even actually slightly ahead of that, because I believe we've done one extra level. So here I'm also going to do some suboptimal routing. And I need to not forget that I've done this level, which I just now realized I hadn't until I saw the icon there. So yeah, it would be better to do Luigi regular now, Luigi regular worlds, because it would be less switching. but I would rather get the harder worlds out now, even at the loss of a little bit of time. I don't really... I'm used to getting the medal there, so I didn't do that optimally, but yeah. So I need to put a -1 on the extras for future splits. But well, I guess that actually doesn't really matter, because if I do this again, I probably will do the split medal route. So these individual splits and all the information therein will be useless at that point. So but it's still helpful for right now, at least, to keep track of how I am. So I should save time. Oh my goodness. For having done special 8-1 already, I should save time on this split. And if I don't die, of course, although I think dying once on these levels is pretty good for me, so I don't really expect to not die, but it'd be nice. I didn't go for the skip there because, again, coward thing. Here you have to either jump around or have that guy break them for you. So the star medals are as they should be. Golden flagpole, special 4-4, and regular 6-4. I have to remember to get those. Jump there. I was kind of undecided between long jumping and twirl jumping, because twirl jumping would be a little faster but a little riskier, and thinking about them, I ended up doing neither. Oops. Almost messed that up. There's a case where I'm not sure if fluttering over the clock compared to going down to the clock and then getting over slightly faster. I'm not sure which is better. I'm pretty sure it's less than 2 seconds or less than 1 second, so I'm not too worried about it, but it is something to think about if I'm going to do this again later. Ooh, wow. I don't think I've ever fallen off that before. I'm taking this a little slower now because I almost died. gonna exit out here. I was trying to get my charger situated as I was going into that level, and that's one of the reasons why I messed it up. I know from doing special ending that the 3DS and the XL is the version that I have, can easily make a special ending run in one charge. I'm not sure if it can make the 100%. It's 5.5 hours of battery, so I'm not really sure. And also it would be very distracting to see that red light come on as you're going into some critical part or trying to do the crown level, and you have to scramble for a battery, so I'm gonna try to plug in my DS. Just gonna try to survive this, don't get that guy. Huh, we didn't make up time, even though I died. And I didn't die here, although I did exit the level. But that was pretty much right at the beginning, so that was maybe 10-15 seconds. So I must have played the other parts just better. But that's okay. We're still ahead. Here's the skip I was mentioning before, which I just learned about yesterday. I'm sure plenty of people know it, but I didn't. So you can avoid going back there. You can't do it twice because there's a star medal over there that you have to get, but on your second time through, it's faster. Get hit here, yeah. That happens very often for some reason. So I maybe should, yeah, I think I will go to the end here and pick up the extra Tanuki. So it looks like I died twice here. Oh, that was looking at my splits. I died twice in the previous run, so on this world. So hopefully I can make that up. Don't hit me. I practiced this many times as Luigi yesterday, but didn't do it as Mario, so because he can't jump on top of those pillars. But it's okay. I could have actually not gotten that because I don't have to get the flagpole, but it would have been close. Yeah, I think, at least for me, the game seems easier now, even though really it's kind of not. But you don't have to worry about star medals or coins, and you just kind of play through the levels without having to having to do that, it makes it feel downhill in some ways. Although I do still have star medal in 7-1 and 2 flagpoles to get, but those aren't that big a deal as long as I remember them. I think I could have, no, I couldn't have jumped ahead there. It's a good thing I didn't. It's for some reason hard to remember all these barrels and when you can jump ahead to the platform. I think I can do now, but I'm not. Yeah, I could have done it then. Oh well. This level shouldn't really be a pain, but it is a pain for me somehow. Not sure why. It's the 2-4 remix, but maybe it's because of the bees are in different places, and there's a lot more going on in this section coming up. But it's still easily avoidable. I don't know why I shouldn't have as much trouble as I do with this level. Oh, that was kind of silly. I almost died there. And another slight mistake here. I didn't have to do this level, which I should have remembered. And I had written down, but I forgot. Okay. But still, I should still make up time. I mean, I definitely will make up time, even if not as much as I should have. And here, I can make this as Mario. I'm pretty sure I practiced this, but I will take the coward's way out, as per usual. Oh! Usually when you turn to the statue too soon in a shadow level, he hits you, but he didn't that time, so I was kind of expecting to get hit there. Okay, so that was the last of this world. So yeah, we are doing great. -1. Oh no, that's a regular 6-4 that I have to remember about the flagpole. I meant to look into this level, and I think this is the fastest way of doing it when you don't have to get the star medals, but I'm not sure. I mean, this is the fastest route. Obviously, I'm screwing up the execution, but yeah, that's got to be the best way to do it. This level I kind of like. I don't know why. It's I don't know, just maybe the idea that these Goombas are apparently living up here in the trees and the platforms, and I don't know, it's just a funny level. not sure either whether it's best to take the time to go up here so that you can cut off more of this or not. Something to look into if I do this again. I don't think... it's not going to be a major difference, so it's not terribly important. But you might as well know it if you can. Oh. Wasn't sure if I was going to make that or not, so I pulled it back. This is one that there's gotta be a strat that I'm not aware of that's significantly faster than what I'm doing right now. But even if there were, I don't know if I would necessarily go for it, at least right now, because to get my target time, I basically have to do what I did before, but just be a little bit more consistent. I don't have to change up too much. So yeah, I feel like especially after your Special 8 and Special 7 the first time, or the second time, going backwards, you start to feel a lot more relaxed, I guess. Although this isn't going to help. Okay, I didn't get it there. And that's part of the reason why I'm sticking with the current route instead of experimenting with the split metal, which is probably more optimal, but kind of a more unknown, I guess. More possibility of going wrong that way compared to this way, I think. And if you can beat the current time by playing it a little safer, then I think it makes sense to do so. And this is a level I looked at a little bit today, because you can't do the normal skip, or you can, but I'm not entirely sure where all the little spike balls are, and I'm not entirely sure. I don't know, I'm just going to take it safe is what I'm saying. And I've seen somebody just kind of long jump through all these pillars in a really impressive and cool way that I'm not going to attempt to emulate right now. See, I was trying to figure out where you can jump from here to make it. But I'm just going to be a chicken right now and play it safe. Like yeah, I could definitely do that. Yeah, so I'm sure you can jump off that platform at least 10 seconds earlier, but it's okay. Oh, and looking at my splits, I died twice in this world as well, so even by playing it safe, I'll probably save time, so it's more reason to rationalize my cowardice. Yeah, in this level, it would be pretty crazy if you could skip a lot of this. Crazy, like, impressive, but also very difficult, so I'm not even gonna try. I mean, obviously I wouldn't try it cold, but I mean, I haven't even tried experimenting with it. a little worried there. For a second I couldn't remember if bouncing off an enemy counted as jumping or not. So I wasn't sure if the platforms were going to switch. Something I should know, but I just had a split second there where I couldn't remember. Okay, so yeah, we saved a good amount of time. It looks like we have one death in this next world. So we should be able to at least keep up the pace pretty easily. Getting close to that flagpole. Oh no, that's 4-4, not 5-4. It would be pretty, I don't know, kind of a blow to miss a flagpole and have to do a level over again. It would be worse than dying, even if it didn't take quite as much time as dying, because of the, I don't know, the mental error nature of it. That's good. I was going to say that might hit me, even though I was spinning my tail, but I had a feeling that might hit me. It's okay. There are 3 levels with, well, I just did 1, but there are 2 more levels that I can do to get a backup. I think I'll skip ahead to 5-3 because I might get hit with those spikes. No, I'm mixing up my levels. I almost just jumped forward there because I forget which one, but one of them you can. But that would have been a stupid mistake, so I'm glad I didn't do that. Let's get this one. Yeah, so now all of that 757 is legitimate. So I'm pretty sure I really am that much up. So I need to just keep from dying a bunch. Easy to say, hard to do. So yeah, this is the version, the version where there's no shadow, but oh, nope, I'm wrong. I was gonna say it's the version with no shadow, but they're going faster, but I was mixed up, obviously. That's the other thing that I like about this category is it's long, too long, but you get to play the levels in a different way the second time through, which makes it fun. And it's when I first was learning about this game, I thought it would be kind of a drag. Like, oh man, you have to play every level, and you have to play every level twice. But the fact that you have to play it twice, the fact that you play through it the second time in a different manner, kind of more freely, I guess, and you don't have to worry about getting medals, and you just try to blow through the levels. Like, after putting through the little bit of a grind to get all the collectibles up to then, it's really fun to go back through the levels a second time and just try to breeze through them. So that's why I really like this category, and I like the fact that you have to play every level twice, whereas I didn't think prior to actually doing it that I would like it, but I didn't. I think I can jump. No, I couldn't jump there. Oh no, I could have. Dang it. Could have long jumped there. I wasn't sure. I would have saved 4 seconds of screen scrolling maybe, but still should have done it. Okay, so we got, oh no, we got 5-5 as well. I'm pretty sure if I died on this world the previous time, the odds are really good that it was in the castle, because, as I've said, I kind of struggle with that castle sometime in all of its analogs. Oh, that could have actually been pretty bad if I had hit that warp box, because I'm not sure I would have remembered the route without the coins in front of the boxes. So that could have been bad, actually. I'm glad that didn't happen. I'm actually pretty confident that I would not remember the order of the boxes and when to hit them without the coins. Hopefully we can get through this level without dying. I should go for the skip, but I'll probably chicken out. I mean, the skip, I shouldn't die on it as much as I do, but I don't know. It's more, I'm making it more difficult than it is. I think in part it's because I would try it when I was just learning this game and I wasn't very good and hadn't even done any runs, and so I kind of psyched myself out of it a little bit. But it's okay. Just gotta complete the level. And losing the Tanuki is not that big a deal because there are plenty. This should I go for it? I was off my normal pattern there, so I wasn't sure exactly, and I didn't want to get hit by Bowser because he can fly out from nowhere and hit you if you're not sure where he's gonna go. So that was probably smart of me to not go for that. I mean, as long as you do that bridge part the same way every time, then you know where he's gonna be, and it's not much of a problem. But I messed it up somehow. I was off my normal step route. So, I mean, we lost a slight amount of time there, but we're still looking great. Gotta remember special 4-4. I'll probably just do that now so I don't forget. Forgot to get that golden flagpole. Well, now, okay, I'll do this first. Because I might get a backup here. Probably not. Maybe. No, I did. Yeah, this long auto-scroller is about as much fun the second time through. I guess it's slightly less bad because you don't have to worry about missing those 2 star medals, which you can do because, I mean, you only have a little bit of time to grab them before the platforms moved past them. So like in special ending and stuff, I have missed them before I figured out how to get the 3rd P-Wing to skip this level. I forgot that those... I was expecting the spike balls. I forgot that those come first. This medal in particular, I've missed a few times on special ending runs. But basically the strategy is you just stand there to kill the 2 sets of those 2 guys, and then as soon as you swipe the second time, you just run over there and jump and start fluttering back. So I mean, it's not really that difficult, and now that I do it the same time every time, it shouldn't be an issue. Like if you're just a little bit late getting there, or if you get there slightly after the spikes have already gone, then you can mess yourself up. So yeah, I think, like I mentioned when I came through here the first time, I think this is where I died because there was the missing black and white platform and I didn't know that you couldn't do the skip, so I have to keep that in mind this time. I'm supposed to long jump there. So yeah, I have to not get hit by this guy and take the longer path over here. I mean, I know that you can do it faster than I'm doing it right now, but I need to look into exactly where you can shave off there, because the paths are a little bit different than they are in the regular world. Yeah, this is the level that hopefully I won't mess up, but I might. And it's kind of annoying too because it's one of the ones with 2 extra leaves, and so it pays to be good at it, and to be good at it when you don't originally have the leaf, but okay. That's not great, but there's a leaf right here, and then you can get a leaf off of the first, and probably others, but definitely the first set of bullet bills that have tails, these guys. If you stomp on them, not if you send them flying off, obviously. I'll try not to repeat my death there, so that's good. Okay, going a little slow. Hopefully I can get this before, yeah. So I marked the death on regular 4, it should be on special 4. So now, okay, we've died the same amount of times, but I have to get the golden flagpole here. So as long as I can do that, we should still be looking really good. I don't know if there's hyperspeed you can do here with Mario. Well, maybe a lesser version than Luigi can, I'm not sure. so I gotta get this flagpole. Oops. Okay, so good. We got it. So there's only one more flagpole to get. That's in 6-4. And there's one more star medal to get, which is in 7-1. I should have, oops. I haven't actually rehearsed this level as when you don't have to get the medals. I mean, apart from the few times I've done it in runs. It might be worth rehearsing. I know you can make this. Okay, oh wow, okay, so we should be gaining time if I can do this level well. Although it is kind of long. And as I mentioned the first time, I don't really like this level. But yeah, so we've got almost 3 minutes to do this level to gain additional time. So even with the death, we would be that ideal. Here, I'm just not gonna do that. Because if you just twirl jump there, it usually works, but sometimes you get hit for, I'm not even sure if the hammer bro hits you or if the dragon box hits you, but sometimes I would get hit there, so I didn't opt for it. Okay, so we ended up being close both times, so I didn't have to venture out over the spikes to get the quick shot on him. Hopefully I don't repeat my last battle with Pom Pom here. Really something you shouldn't mess up. I don't know why I did, but I shouldn't complain. Things are going well on this run. Ooh, it's gonna be close, but we're gonna gain time. Slightly. So the reason that I can get a green without getting a gold, even though I've only done 7 runs, is that I have done 2 complete runs prior to this. So that's why. And then I also had a run that went very deep, but ended disappointingly. Okay. Well, I missed the thing here, but that's okay. I should go for this because I've been very cowardly, so let's see if I can get this. Nope, didn't get it. At least I went for it. It's gonna miss this cycle too? Okay. Alright, so it doesn't, I mean it does save because you get to be long jumping diagonally right there, so it's worth going for if you're good at the game. At least I went for it the one time. And I did die once on this world, so, and that at least had a checkpoint, so it shouldn't be too bad. And there's a Tanuki in this level, so didn't lose much by going for it. Let's see, I want to, after this level, I want to count how many times I've died, because it's definitely less than my previous at this point. So let's see, 2, 3, 4, 6, 9? I think I've died 9 times so far, compared to 17 in my previous. So yeah, hopefully I can keep it up. I mean, 9 deaths, I guess sounds like a lot, but keep in mind it's been over 4 hours, so I guess it's not too bad. And this is a level where I have died before due to lack of time, so I want to make sure I'm getting the time clocks. Oh, I didn't mean to get the bounce on that one. Yeah, like there's a stretch right there where I've run out of time more than once. So this is the one that I was thinking of earlier with the no shadow, but the faster cycles of the spin bars. I'm not actually sure what you call those things. I'm just going to try to not die here. I would like to be able to climb stairs though. That might hit me. I don't think I will. Probably it's okay. There's a backup in the airship, so not that big a deal. I think I will. Yeah, I should go to the airship now. Had a little bit of map traversal time, but that's okay. Just playing it safe. This level, I kind of like faster auto scroller. Oh, I missed the thing. Ah, that's unfortunate. You can. Oh. Okay. Wow. Well, that could have gone a lot worse than it did, so that's okay. I didn't get the backup, but I didn't die. Nor did I lose the leaf that I came in with, so that's okay. I'm not actually sure if those bullet bills with the tails will yield a leaf or not if you stomp on them. I did stomp on 2 there, and they didn't, so I don't know. It's a lot of times it's specific ones that do or don't. Like on special 1-3, for example, I know all the ones, or I know which one will and some that won't, but I'm not sure on that level. I'd have to look into it again. I mean, it's kind of, well, not really irrelevant, but I mean, there's already a leaf in the box, so I guess it's not that critical to know whether you can get a leaf there, but it would be nice to know in case you mess it up like I did. But also, it's a pretty tight timer there, and there's bullets, you know, crisscrossing and stuff, so it would be kind of a dangerous one to get anyway. So I don't know if it'd be worth it. Okay, so we lost some time there, but it's okay. Still way up. So the route that I do, I'm not going to be doing special 1. I think I already mentioned this, because I'm leaving special 1 to ensure that I have the stone tanuki when I go to the crown level. Which again is another instance of picking a route that I know is suboptimal, but safer. And it's not like well, I mean it is kind of it is definitely easier to do crown with the stone tanuki, so I mean it's worth taking a little time to ensure that you have it. I mean, obviously, if you knew that you weren't going to be losing your stone tanuki throughout the whole of the regular worlds, then you wouldn't have to worry about it, but that's not always going to be the case. I think I have managed to avoid silly deaths and auto-scrollers so far, so that's good. Shouldn't really speak before all of them are done, but so far it's been good. I missed that ball. So after this world, I'll be switching to Luigi and doing worlds 7 through 1. And I will also be doing them backwards. Although it's not really that, I don't know, it's just like I said, I like to do leave the harder stuff, or get the harder stuff out of the way, that is, and leave the easier levels. Although one could argue that aren't really easy levels because you can always try to do more advanced strats in them, so the fact that the early levels are easier to play through kind of normally doesn't necessarily mean that the speed strategies are easier or less risky, but as I've said a lot, I'm not going for the optimal strats all the time, so it doesn't really apply. So I think, yeah, special 2-3 has a backup tanuki, so I'll be getting that. This, I think this is the one I was confused about earlier where I could jump forward, but I'm not entirely sure. So I won't be jumping forward blindly. And this is not the only Tanuki, so it's not worth risking getting hit to get that one, because you can get one later. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this, after this checkpoint, you can jump ahead here, but oh yeah, this is it. Yeah, so it's a good thing I didn't try it on that other level. Although now I'm realizing that I was incorrect. There's not another Tanuki in there. I was confusing it with the one that I was just talking about otherwise, so I actually should have tried to get, well, no, because there are actually two others. There's 2-4 and 2-5 also have Tanukis, so it's not a big deal at all. I'll just get one of those. I should have just jumped underneath that and then done the propeller boost, but almost got hit there. Let's see if I can get this and then the bigger stack. I don't know if it really saves any time, but I get hit by that guy sometimes, and I shouldn't. I mean, I should have learned by now where he is at all times, but I don't. I should have long jumped there, because I don't need to get that middle. But, oops. Did I get the... Yes, I did get the 4-5 medal I got, because I forgot about the 7-1, so I've just got to remember the 7-1, which shouldn't be that bad because it's the next world I'm going to. See if I can do this again. Which, oh wait, never mind. I don't have to do it with. So you don't have to get that medal. This should work. Yeah. You can long jump from that lower one, which saves you having to do one more step jump, but playing it safe. Relatively safe. For some reason, if you world jump there, at least the way I was doing it, get hit by those spikes when I didn't think you should, but I mean you always do, so you should know about it. Ooh. Came off the rails there for a second. Okay, so it looks like that's pretty close. You saved 3 seconds. Okay, so now we're going back to the Luigi show. I gotta remember to get this star medal, which hopefully I can do. And then we've just got 7 more worlds, and then the crown level twice. So we are looking good. So this is why, because here you can sync a lot faster. Although I missed the super sync, I guess you could say. Where you sync all the way down, but even so, it's still faster than having the regular Tanuki and having to ground pound. I guess if it's still called ground pound in the water, but that takes, I don't know, some seconds longer. Okay, so now mark off. So we've got all the star medals. We've got one flagpole that's hanging on 6-4. So as long as we grab that on the way, we should be good to go. And this, I remember in the PV, I messed this up quite badly, the World 7 that is, so I can expect to make up time, although I totally messed up the beginning of this level, but that's okay. But some of the lead that I'll have after this, assuming I do it better, will be a little bit illusory because I will have done 2 extra levels at that point. And I tried to keep track of when those extra levels came off. In other words, when to subtract the extra from the split. And I believe I did World 1-1, and I'm not sure what else, but so all the time that we'll gain on this split is not going to be legitimate. Some of that will come off later when I do the levels that I skipped in the PV, or that I extra did in the PV. This, I meant to look into this level because there's that thing there, that triple item box. You might be able to do that skip a lot more consistently. So that one might be worth doing, whereas it's less worth doing on the special version of this level. Both because it would be safer, and also if you can long jump off those boxes, which you probably can, compared to doing the slow flutter from the rope bounce on the special version. So I meant to look into that, but I didn't. So I think I'm gonna skip past 7-4 for now, just to get an extra Tanuki on 7-5. So that I can try to do the skip on 7-4, which I'm not very good at, but I might be able to do, and it's easier with Luigi compared to Mario. So yeah, I almost got hit there. It was quite silly. And I forgot that I don't need that medal. Oh, that could have been bad. So in most of the regular worlds, I think it's a little better to have the non-stone, although I haven't really systematically thought about it, I guess. Okay. Well, there's the Luigi slide. And that means when... this is kind of sad. When I get this extra here, the Goombas are not going to be in place to do the skip. No, they're not. So I'm going to have to take this slow like a chump. But, I mean, I could jump ahead right now, but I haven't practiced not doing it when I don't get the optimal setup, so I don't want to risk it. And also based on how poorly this world went in my PB, I could probably still save time even with this ugliness. Now that I have the backup, I can try this. Although I am really bad at it. And of course I messed up. I was unplugging the DS, and I'm always worried when I plug or unplug because it's right next to the capture cord, and I'm somewhat worried I'll accidentally take out the wrong cord and invalidate the run. Okay, well I got hit once, but at least I got up there, which for me is pretty good. Because I have practiced it, and when I practice it I can do it, but when I try to do it in runs I almost always mess it up, so that's an acceptable result for me. I'm not worried about that. So yeah, it looks like as long as I don't die on this, I will be saving a lot of time, although again, some of that time will evaporate with the 2 extra levels, so. I've thought about trying to learn this skip, but it's tough and I'm not good enough, so I haven't. I mean, for any percent I'll eventually have to learn it, but I don't know if I would do it in 100% because there's so much time to be made up elsewhere that it's so risky to do it here. But it would be cool, there's no denying that. But I'm not that cool. I'm just trying to get the time that I want for now. And I should jump ahead here, but I'm not going to. I'll do this weak, very, very weak version of it here. But that's something that I've practiced and can do in practice, but have messed up in runs in ways that should not be messed up, so I'm not going to go for it. I was trying to bounce off his head and flutter, and then by that time Pom Pom would have been ready to be hit, but obviously the slightest amount of swag that I go for backfires. But it's not that big a deal because in World 6 we have 6-2 and 6-4 and also 5 in airship, so I mean there are a lot of extra leaves in this world. I was kind of trying to figure out which one I should go for. I guess I'll play it backwards. Although I have messed this up from not doing it as... I mean, all you have to do is basically jump through 2 spikes. But I have messed it up on more than one occasion, so... maybe I shouldn't have gone for this. Although, I mean, it's stupid easy, I just messed it up. Because if you're small, then obviously it will give you a mushroom and not the leaf. And this is another one that, in practice, I can do. I mean, skip a lot of this ladder section here, but I'm not gonna play it very aggressively right now. Although I should. I really should. Take it nice. Just go a little bit ahead. Yeah, that's something I definitely need to learn better for any percent, because like relative to the length of the category, I can cut off a lot more time than I do by playing that more riskily. So that's what I'll do. I mean, after I do this run PBs, then I want to do special ending and take that category under 3 hours. I have 3:01:30 something, so I can definitely do it, especially after having played through 100% and practiced it. You get to know the later levels, so I'm also going to switch to Luigi when I get to the special worlds like I did here, so that should speed it up, and it shouldn't be too hard to get a decent special ending time. So yeah, like that will probably be my next goal, although I'll be playing some any percent as well, because the goal that's probably more important to me is getting the sub hour. I mean, because I technically do have the record in special ending, but it's kind of I was going to say laughable, but I guess not a laughable category, but it's the long one that not a lot of people play, so it doesn't really mean much to have the record in that category. If I get this one, I guess that would be slightly better. I mean, 100% is... I mean, it has more players than special ending, it's still not even 10. But I guess just in general, 100% is always cooler. Although, I mean, special ending is not an arbitrary category at all. I mean, it's got a well-defined ending and a clear goal of playing through all the levels, so... I mean, there's really no reason that it hasn't had more runs, it hasn't had more activity, but for whatever reason, it hasn't. But in any case, that'll kind of be my next goal, is to get a sub 3 hours on special ending, and then I will really try to get sub hour, which I should be able to do. But in that, in any percent that is, obviously. And then once I do get the sub hour, I'll probably learn Warpless, because I want to try to get pretty good times on all 4 categories of this game. And the 4 categories again are any percent, Warpless, special ending, and 100%. So I need to get this flagpole, I haven't forgotten. Put it nice and safe. Okay, so that's all the flagpoles and all the star medals. So we just got to beat the rest of the regular worlds, tick off that Luigi moniker, and then the crown level should open up. And then you got to beat that twice. And there are no star medals in that level, but you do have to get the the golden flagpole on one of the 2 playthroughs, because you have to beat it with both characters. So this should be pretty doable in terms of getting my target time, which is to beat Palmer Hercules' time. I'm a little off there because I have a way that I always do that with Mario, and it's a little different. I haven't really rehearsed this level specifically with Luigi. So that's the other thing too with this category being not very optimized, is that, well, first off, not that many people even play through the special worlds, so there's not a large store of good strats or strats that people have down to do the latter worlds. So that is something that I will practice, although that guy, if I do get the record, it will be a while before I'm doing complete runs of 100% again, although I will be working on like Luigi strats and stuff, both for special ending and so that I can eventually come back to 100% and try to get the time down to pretty good. It's hard to tell what would be a good time in this, because I mean, it's so long. It's easy to say, you know, if you hadn't died 20 times or whatever, then you could shave off 15 minutes right there, but you're gonna die in 5 hours, so it's never gonna be as close to optimal as shorter time length categories. But I don't know, I think it's a lot of fun and I'm enjoying it. You really have to almost set aside a day, a full day, if you want to. Oh, that's ugly. If you want to, you know, you just gotta have a lot of time on your hands. There's a way faster. I mean, that's what I get for playing it so slow, I guess. That's only fair that I'd be punished for that. So I lost almost 2 minutes. Based on my splits, I didn't die and I didn't do any extra levels. Although that doesn't necessarily mean my splits are accurate, so maybe one of the levels that I had done prior was a World 6 level, which is something that I'm trying to keep track of now, but I didn't always keep track of then. I mean, then being a week ago, so it's not like it was a very long time ago, but when I did these splits, I didn't have the same plan exactly that I do now. And I should have just jumped up there with Luigi, because he can just make that without wall jumping, but I was distracted, I guess. I was thinking of how boring this auto-scroller was going to be. I wasn't wrong. Yeah, okay, so 8 minutes. Some of that 8 minutes is not legitimate, although if I really have done extra levels, then I mean my splits might not be right, but we're definitely up at least 5 minutes. And to get my target time, I need to be up 2 minutes. 2 minutes and 3 seconds, I guess. I need a PB by 2 minutes and 3 seconds to get the record, so hopefully we can do that. I also, in my PB, I played a level twice because I didn't get a flagpole, which I believe, yeah, it was 2-3. So there's that. And then I died on the crown level once. So those are two things that can kind of, two mistakes coming up where I still have time. It's kind of unfortunate because when I did this was kind of, on my PB, was my first kind of strict official run, because I had done like, well, not segmented, but like I would do it in a day, but you know, take breaks and stuff. And so I had kind of like a general time, but I wasn't able to record back then, so I didn't. Why did I go for that? No, I have to do this slowly. I shouldn't have done that. Yeah, I wasn't able to record back then, so I didn't. There was really no point in following strict rules and stuff. I was just kind of practicing, doing runs as practicing. But the PB that's up there now is the first one that I actually recorded, and that I actually did completely in a row, like you're supposed to. Possibly I should have done something different here, but I'll get the leaf here. But anyway, I was saying that, so that was my first like official 100% run, and I was kind of hoping to get under 6 hours, but I was not really expecting to get very close to the record, which I did. So I was kind of playing, and there were no, I almost long jumped there, good thing you did. I don't know, like there was no pressure or anything. I was just kind of playing to get my first official time, and then the fact that I got so close made the next time that I played it very stressful, because I was like, you know, I just need to die a couple less times and I could get the record, and then that's kind of a different psychology than just playing through it with no expectation or no PB where you can constantly see how far ahead or behind you are. So playing runs after doing the PB, after getting so close, was kind of stressful. Yeah, I shouldn't have gone to 2, I should have gone to 3. But yeah, but it's looking good now, so hopefully I can hit my target time. Almost got hit by that guy again, but luckily I remembered my mistake from the previous time. Taking this slow because, like I mentioned when I was here the first time, I have ended a run on this level, although it wasn't coming back, it was going forward, but still, I want to avoid doing that again. So I think I won't even go for this. No, don't need to. Wow. I don't. Normally I jump in front of that like I did in my previous time through here, so I thought I was being more safe by waiting and then long jumping, and then of course I almost screwed it up. Although apparently I died twice in this world. Again, probably on the castle. So if I can just avoid doing that, we should make up some time. I mean, I had to do 5-5 a little slower, because I couldn't long jump without a canopy when you have the propeller box, but that probably wasn't as much as a death. And definitely not as much as 2 deaths. I don't know why I didn't jump again there. let's see, we got 11 minutes. So as long as it's completed in less than 3 minutes, we'll gain time. Probably, I mean, probably shouldn't even mention, then it just makes me mess up, but I probably should have gotten a backup for this, coming in line with my cowardly approach. Oh my goodness. Yeah, because I should have gotten a backup. I think I tried to do this in my last one and screwed it up, so we didn't even have to look like a coward on that one, although I would have waited if those things hadn't been up, so I guess I just ruined any credit I would have had. By coward, I mean I wouldn't have tried to jump off of the platform when it's flat, which it usually is if you get that star medal. But if you don't get the star medal, you get there faster, and I guess I got there before it went down. But yeah, I would have waited for it to come back up again, but I didn't have to. So yeah, this world went well. Like I said, I'm not entirely sure I was completely accurate in all the minor details of the splits, so I may lose time when it doesn't look like I should or something. Although this should be the same, because now in my PB I'm pretty sure that I also had done 4-5 because I missed that star medal in the same way. So the old run loses or has an extra level to spare here, and I think I have the same level, so. And then I will, why didn't I long jump? I was thinking about this, and I forgot to long jump. See if I can do this. Nope. Better than I did it when I was here as Mario, but I cannot. But we're still doing good. And we can get it back up, and 4-3 has a backup to Nikki, so. And the airship as well has one. I'm not... Okay. I know I don't have to go in this next little hidey hole, but I'm not sure I'm doing... Oh no, okay, I did do it correctly. Yeah, now we get the nice colorful rotating blocks. And we get to get a backup tail. Probably should have gone on that green one. It's another level that I haven't rehearsed specifically how to do it once you've already gotten the medals. Probably could have cut to the right a little sooner there. missed the skip there. But I don't even know how much time that saves, probably hardly. It's definitely cooler though, that's for sure. And here, I'm not sure if it helps to still jump for that medal and then go to the right, or whether if you're doing it this way, that's better. I don't know, but it's marginal. So we have to skip over 5. And then here I should be able to do a little faster. I mean, it's pretty, I mean, not much faster, but I mean, just at the end when you skip forward, I can do it more than I did the last time, but I don't know if you can skip this stuff. And I'm not sure if going on top is faster or not. I meant to look into that, but I didn't. And the last time I tried to go on top, I died, and then I went back and I did it slower than I would have done anyway. So I don't know. It's something I should look into, but I don't know whether it's faster to go up there, and I don't know exactly where you come out or where you can trigger the camera. That is, I know you're right there on the top of the roof, but I don't know where you have to jump to trigger the camera. Why I got booted out there. I think the boomerang, maybe I thought the boomerang was going to hit me or something. So I didn't end up doing it any faster than before, but still be looking good. So, okay, we gained 9 seconds. So here's where we're going to lose a little bit of time, because as you can see from the splits, my extra level tally goes down here, which means that I did a level in my PB, or I had already done a level in my PB on this world prior to now. So I will lose some time here inevitably. I think it was 3-3. Yeah, 3-3, the one where you can jump across and get the medal if you're cool, or you can do it slowly like me. I think that's where I missed the medal in my previous run. So I will lose some time here, because I have to do that level now. This is one where maybe it would be faster to have this stone tanuki. I'm not sure, because then you'd have to wait to come out of it anyway, so I don't even know if it would help. But, I mean, you would sink faster originally, but like right there would be slower because you don't actually want to go all the way down, so maybe not. And then here as well, you wouldn't be able to, because you'd sink to the bottom. So yeah, definitely not. I was was looking at the top pipe, thinking I was going to come out there. Oh, huh. Yeah, this is the level that I'd skipped before. I'm not totally sure what's the best. I guess just doing this. I mean, better than I did it right then, obviously, but that's the general strategy. It wouldn't be worth it to go up high again. You could cut out some of that, but it's got to be steady. I was pushed to the right there. I don't know if that's the case or not. Or to the left, excuse me. I feel like I was pushing right and going left. Maybe there's some wind, or it's just one of those camera angle things, like in the first castle. That's a long jump there. Because I was wondering, okay, or I was thinking it would be cool if you could do a skip similar to the special version of this, but you can't. And then I forgot to do the other one, or I should say, or I could pretend that I didn't forget because I wanted to get this leaf, but I mean, I was thinking about the leaf, but honestly, I just forgot to do that skip. And then I could have skipped there and then gone slightly backwards, so yeah, that was just slow all around. So hopefully I haven't missed a flagpole and forgotten to write it down, but I'm pretty sure I didn't. But in addition to this world, so in World 2 there will be time to make up because, like I said, I had to do 2-3 twice because I had forgotten the flagpole. And in World 1 we were going to lose some time because in my PB I had done 1-1 already, so we're going to lose at least the time that it takes to do 1-1. And here I should be pushing ahead because you can skip this if I can get it. Oh my goodness. Okay. Well, that was a little shaky, but so yeah, I could have jumped from that earlier block and saved a little more screen scrolling, but I didn't get it. And here, I'm not sure, I mean, I'm sure you can push forward because the box is straight ahead of this one, so I'm sure you can push ahead somehow if you remember where the platforms are going to be and all that. Although maybe they wouldn't spawn, I'm not sure. So we'll see if I can get the early cycle here. Or I'm not even sure if it counts as early because you don't have to go left to get that star medal, so I'm not exactly sure how this is going to work out, or if I'm going to... No, see, this is the same time that I would get here even if I had gotten that medal, so I think I'm not going to make this cycle, especially since I didn't long jump there when I was needing to. So yeah, I'm not going to make it. Alright. And I'm not, I guess I should have should have practiced that. I'm not sure how, when you don't have to get that star medal, what the best way to do that is, but it's alright. I thought I might get hit there. Silly. Well, I guess there's plenty of backups to be had, so it wouldn't have been a big deal to lose it. So yeah, we lost the time of doing 3-3 as expected, but apart from that, I think we did it about the same as the other one. So here I should actually make up a little time, and then I'm going to lose time in 1-1, or World 1 that is. But yeah, we should be able to make up time here. Oops, I meant to. This was a long jump or total jump on the next one, not on that one. Okay, I'm going to hit my head. No, I didn't. These are pretty much as slow as usual. Okay, yeah, so it's hard to say exactly how much time we're ahead. Because I think, well, I did do 1-3 as Mario, so I think in both my PB and this one there will be one less level to do on special one. Although I'm not completely sure that it's not 2 levels on my PB, because I might have also done I almost died there. I might have already done 1-1, special 1-1 as well. I don't really remember. So I might lose time there, and losing time in 1-1, but we're definitely at least 5 minutes up, for sure. Could also, of course, die on this level by going for the risky hyper speed, but I'll try to avoid that and just go for moderate hyper speed. So I guess that would just be speed. I'll be going for speed. Hopefully I can set the good angle here. Yeah, it should be good. Should keep the speed. I doubled back there a little bit out of cowardice, but that was fine. Another thing that I wanted to look into but forgot was whether it's still beneficial to skip forward the airship auto scroller as Luigi, even though you don't have to go over there for the star medal, but it may still be faster in terms of getting that thing to scroll. So I'm not sure about that. What was I doing? I got a little confused there. So I guess I will just not. I mean, it's pretty simple to look at the time when you get in the pipe. But I guess, because you'll be jumping at different height too. I haven't really practiced it, so yeah, I'll just write out the first part of this auto scroller. Yeah, but it's gotta be faster though, I mean, because I don't do it optimally anyway. It's gotta be faster. Yeah, let's no, I chickened out. We're not going for it. I mean, because, right, you'd be reaching there now, you'd be getting the medal. Well, you don't have to get the medal, but you'd be long jumping back to here. I don't know. It's probably faster. I should have done it. And here I can just go down, hopefully. Oh my goodness, don't die. I died. That's pretty sad. I guess, I mean, it's fair. I chickened out, so I got punished. Can't complain. Can't complain. Well, I guess I could get the, well, it doesn't matter because I'm about to do 1-1. Well, but still, I could get this. Because one of these will drop, I believe, yeah. Oh, I don't actually even, I didn't even really know how that top part went because I would always go low. So yeah, we got one regular world, one special world, and then a crown. So even though we had the extra level because of the death, we only saved 13 seconds, so that could have been easily avoided, but it's okay. And we do have to remember there's one more switch coming up because I have to do special World 1 as Mario, except for the castle, which I need to do as Luigi. But that will, I'll probably do it out of order? No, I'm not sure. That was a well-executed World 1. So yeah, we're going to lose time because I didn't have to do 1-1 in my PB, so. But I'm going to try to do some hyperspeed on 1-3 because I've spent at least 3 hours practicing that level between the last time I did, between my PB and now, so. Hopefully I'll be able to get some hyperspeed on 1-3. I won't be going for the full, I mean, I'll try to clear the chasm, but I'll try to clear it to the left instead of to the right, which is a little slower. What am I doing? Okay, that was ugly. No denying that. But yeah, we'll see if I can get some 1-3 hyperspeed. Hopefully we can get it, because it's pretty cool. Oh, okay, let's try it. Oh man, I took a big angle there, but it might work. No? Dang it. Weak. 3 hours. Got me nothing. In fact, it wasted time because I went out to try it again. Unless I can do this. No. Nope, just didn't work. Oh well. I wanted to get some hyperspeed in there. I didn't get the other one I practiced, which was special Castle 7. Practiced that and I didn't get that either, so oh well. So yeah, only a few more levels left. 5 or 6 levels. Should be doable. And I also died on the crown level once, so there's even time to make up there, although I kind of forgot for a second. I should have just kept going. Yeah, in the last split there's a death as well, so there's time to make up there, although I mean if I die once that would be fine because I've got time to spare. Hopefully I can do the crown without dying. Tired message. I mean, it would be pretty impressive if you could do 5.5 hours without getting tired. Oh, here's where I can do a little hyperspeed maybe. I had it for a second, but again, I jumped when I wanted to flutter. I should have, I guess, waited a little bit longer so that he runs off the edge and then flutter. But I didn't get it. Also, there's those dragon guys or whatever down there that aren't in the special 7 castle, so I probably would have got hit by one of them anyway. Supposed to long jump that. So yeah, we're going to lose a little more than a minute from not having to do 1-1, which I also did very, very slowly. And we will lose time in Special World 1 as well. I think one level's worth. But then we should still be up, 5 minutes or so. So I'll do it backwards because I have to do the castle as Luigi, and also there's the easy 2 stone tanukis in 1-1. Oh, maybe I could do hyperspeed here? Let's see. Ah, no. Oh for whatever that was. That's completely fine. Guy? I gonna... Okay, I need to get more clocks because I'm messing that up. But yeah, I could have gotten hyperspeed there because it's the same layout as Castle 7, Special 7 Castle, which I had practiced, but wasn't to be. Oh, I was trying to, I was waiting for the pillar, to jump on the pillar and then long jump across, but that's the wrong version of this castle. So yeah, I had the right angle for the hyperspeed, and he started with hyperspeed, but I jumped before the edge of the ledge. So you're supposed to flutter right after the ledge, but I jumped right before it, so I didn't get it. And I think that was the last hyperspeed that I know. I don't even know those very well, but so I didn't get that part of it like I wanted to, but we should still be able to get the target time here. Also assuming, of course, that I haven't missed anything and the crown level does appear. That's one benefit, I guess, of having gotten the Mushroom House in World 8, or Special 8, I should say. Because if you hadn't, there would be an exclamation there whether the crown level appears or not. Yeah, I'm not sure what I was doing there. But if you have already gotten it, then it goes from a star to an exclamation, so you try to talk. So I will know as soon as I finish Special 1-1 whether the crown level has appeared, because if it has, the star on Special 8 will go to an exclamation point. And this is the level I already did. Yeah. So actually, oh man, if I were better, we could get this sub 5.5, but I don't think we will. It'll be close. Could be close. Kind of got it out there for a second. Oh, I'm gonna get hit. Actually, arguably I shouldn't even have gotten that because because I'm gonna get 2 stone tanukis anyway right now, so it would have saved the lag in powering up, which is of course not very much at all. So hopefully after I beat this level, the exclamation will appear on Special 8, and then we will be good to go. I almost got hit there, which would be pretty bad. But yeah, we got the double tanuki. Should be all set for crown level. So let's see. Yeah, moment of truth. Does the exclamation point appear? And it does. Okay, so we are good. Good to go. I think I'm going to do it as Luigi first. Luigi! Just because that's how I practiced. Yeah, so 5 minutes to beat this twice. Could we have gotten the... Here we go! It's a long level. I'm not even sure exactly how long it takes, and I missed the toad head there. Hopefully we don't miss the later one, because that's the one that matters. Not that one, this one coming up. Apparently you just long jump into this guy and it works. Yeah. Because before it's, if you just do a regular jump, the hitbox and how it works is really finicky. I've missed that jump before, so good to do it this time. Yeah, I think, because I practiced the long jump like 7 or 8 times and it worked every time, so apparently that's just the way to do it. Probably every way to do it, long jump. Should be looking good. So hopefully I don't miss this. And I did. That's okay. That was weird because it was actually not being cowardly that that cost me there. And yeah, it's definitely no sub 5.5. I missed the bounce again, and the bounce doesn't even save time. I was just kind of going for it. Yeah, it's disappointing to die there. Should I go for it this time is the real question. Honestly, I mean, you're saving platform time, but you have to basically flutter almost all the time. So you're not going that much faster than the platform would be going. So I'm not even clear on how much time that saves. Well, it's got to save some. But it was not the distance. I was just slightly facing right there. That's why I hit the guy. So I guess I should just not do it this time. And because now you can just jump. Well, I mean, who's not going to flutter there at least a little bit though? Because there's no back stopper. So if you hit the green platform facing the other direction, it's very quick that it runs off the edge and you die. So you kind of have to flutter there, even if you're. Well, I mean, you don't have to. Oh my goodness. Obviously, I was trying to long jump there and didn't. So I'll have to take this. Normally the fire bars start on the level anyway. I mean the screen, not the level timer. So that didn't really affect the fire bars, but I was just a little hesitant there because of them. Okay, so I'm gonna get the flagpole this time. And I think I have to make up somewhat for not going for good strats, so we'll do this, which saves maybe a second and is very risky. I mean, I guess it's not that risky, but you obviously have to do that long level again. So yeah, one more time through. What are we at? 5, 29, 58. So yeah, should be good to go here. Wind it out with good old Mario. Let's see if I can get this toad. no, I missed him again. Huh. I missed the box. I'm not gonna make. Am I gonna? No, it's really annoying when you don't make that because you are gonna get hit. At least I am. And you have to be coming at that box with a little speed to make it up it. Okay. My goodness. Okay. No. Yeesh. Okay, as long as we made that, we should be good. So this is the exact same fight as in 7 ship, which, I don't know, it would have been kind of cool, I guess, if they had put some spike bars or flame or something. I don't know why they didn't jazz this one up like they do the other special worlds, but it's just the exact same fight. So yeah, I'm not going to go for this again, although I really should, but... I think I died once, but in my PB, but I died earlier in the level than where I died here. So that's why I'm losing more time. Okay. As long as I don't die, I'm fine with however slow this goes. Okay. Alright, so it looks like we're gonna get our target time. Assuming I don't mess up this wildly unnecessary trick. Alright, 5:33:34. So I lost 1 minute 40 seconds by dying, so even if I hadn't died, I wouldn't have got the under 5.5. So yeah, I'm pretty happy with that time for now. I think realistically, given the strats that I'm using, that's pretty much the best I could hope for. And the next step would be to learn some serious Luigi-specific strats, which I think I will do, but we're just kind of in the video here on the shiny stars, proof that there was no death abuse.